Chapter 16:12. The sword light soared high up in the sky, as if a deity had slashed down with his sword, sinking the earth and slaughtering all life. The high heaven sword king followed closely behind the sword light with his sword. He knew very well that the sword alone was not enough to defeat his opponent. The sword light was swift and fierce, like a torrential downpour or a waterfall falling from the sky. It was extremely violent and ferocious. Chunzong's eyes flashed like cold lightning. His sword intent came from his heart. The sword seemed to originate from his heart, from his hand, and from his sword. The sword light pierced through the sky like a silver divine radiance. The light was dazzling and dazzling. Chain, limitless, limitless. The three swords were executed by Chunzong to the extreme, incomparably mysterious. He weakened his opponent's attack. His technique was exquisite and flexible. He advanced courageously and cut through all obstacles. Under the characteristics of the Genesis sword technique, Chunzong's every sword move could break his opponent's attack. A sword light flashed and shot forward. After shattering the sword light, Chunzong approached the high heaven sword king again. The extreme edge sword suddenly shone with a shocking divine radiance. It was as if a blazing sun had suddenly burst out with a blinding light. The power of Lingwu burst. In an instant, Chunzong's Qi refining stage power soared from the peak of the 7th level Saint Rudiment stage to the peak of the 8th level Saint Rudiment stage. His basic strength had increased tremendously. The sword light was blazing to the extreme. Moreover, this surge of power was completely under Chunzong's control, because his divine sense was extremely strong. The High Heaven Sword King's expression changed drastically. The power contained in his opponent's sword had increased tremendously. It was even more terrifying. A strong sense of danger surged from the depths of his heart. Activate. Traces of golden light suddenly emerged from his body, from his organs, bones, and muscles. It was as if an invisible divine brush was drawing on his skin. Divine runes intertwined and spread out, turning into an incomparably mysterious and complicated picture that covered his entire body. This familiar scene and aura fluctuation immediately told Chunzong that the High Heaven Sword King had also mastered the unbreakable golden body. The dazzling golden light spread out, making the High Heaven Sword King look like a golden deity. His defensive power had greatly increased. All his power erupted as he swung his sword, displaying an extremely ferocious side. The two swords collided, creating a terrifying momentum that tore and shattered everything. The shocking sword Qi seemed to shatter the void. It was dazzling and ancient. The High Heaven Sword King's body trembled as he felt a terrifying power coming from his opponent's sword. It was as if an immemorial desolate beast was charging at him head-on, causing the High Heaven Sword King to tremble. His arms that were holding the sword also trembled as his chest felt stuffy. The golden light on his body flickered incessantly, like a candle in the wind that would be extinguished at any moment. Although the unbreakable golden body was very powerful, it was also closely related to one's body. For example, Chunzong's body refinement cultivation had reached the middle stage of the 8th level of the Chaos Heaven Realm. When he used the unbreakable golden body, he could master an astonishing defensive power that was one level higher. When he reached the middle stage of the 9th level of the Chaos Heaven Realm, it would be even more shocking. However, the High Heaven Sword King did not cultivate his body. He only relied on the supreme Saint Golden Body Fruit to increase the strength of his physique. In addition to some inadvertent accumulation in the past and the refinement of the ancient desolate beast blood, it had reached the level of the 5th level of the Chaos Heaven Realm. Using the unbreakable golden body only increased his defensive power to the 6th level of the Chaos Heaven Realm. The unbreakable golden body also had its limits. The collision of this sword had almost reached the limit of the unbreakable golden body. If the High Heaven Sword King's Qi refinement cultivation was not far superior to Chunzong's, he would have been defeated by this sword. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Even if the High Heaven Sword King did not want to retreat, the impact of this sword was extremely powerful. While retreating, the High Heaven Sword King constantly diverted the terrifying impact, causing the ground under his feet to crack inch by inch. However, Chunzong suddenly charged forward and slashed out with his sword again. The incomparably powerful sword was extremely ferocious, as if it could split heaven and earth. The High Heaven Sword King stomped his feet as if he had taken root. His body emitted an extremely shocking aura as he swung his sword again. As the outstanding Sword King of a generation and Chunzong Sr., he definitely could not retreat when facing a junior's sword. This was his dignity. Slash! The two swords collided again, and an extremely terrifying force burst forth again, tearing the surroundings apart. This time, Chunzong immediately bounced back and swung his sword again. It was like a flexible and tough bamboo in the wind. The second sword, the third sword, the fourth sword. Chunzong swung his sword again and again, each sword vividly displaying savagery, ferocity, and sharpness. The High Heaven Sword King forcefully withstood the attacks time and time again. The unbreakable golden body flickered continuously, and the golden light instantly shattered. He could no longer withstand the tyrannical power. It was as if he had been hit by a ferocious, ancient, desolate beast. He flew backward and spat out a mouthful of blood. Slash! As he swung his sword, streaks of terrifying sword light tore through the sky. Boom! 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 The High Heaven Sword King had no choice but to swing his sword to defend, but he was constantly pushed back and flew further and further. Despite being injured, the High Heaven Sword King had no intention of admitting defeat. His eyes seemed to be burning with an unyielding flame. When he was roaming the vast wilderness, the High Heaven Sword King had encountered many powerful sky prides of the vast wilderness and was almost suppressed. However, under his unyielding fighting spirit, he eventually tempered himself and turned defeat into victory. Today it was the same. The flames in the High Heaven Sword King's eyes were blazing. On the High Heaven Sword, there seemed to be an illusory flame burning, emitting a terrifying sword intent aura. The sword intent aura continued to rise, as if it had surpassed the limit. Under the sword, strands of hair like black marks vaguely appeared, emitting a terrifying aura. Chunzong's expression was solemn, but also a little excited. Obviously, the High Heaven Sword King was about to use an extremely powerful killer move. It was very likely that it was close to the extreme state. As a top sky pride of his generation, he was almost invincible among his peers. Moreover, he had cultivated for more than 100 years more than Chunzong. It was reasonable for him to be able to use a sword that was close to the extreme state. Anticipation. Chunzong was looking forward to the High Heaven Sword King's sword. It was also because of this that the High Heaven Sword King had the opportunity to use this sword. His strength was channeled into the sword in an instant. The sword intent Taoist rhymes became more and more intense. It was like flowing water, emitting a shockingly mysterious fluctuation. Suddenly, the sword chi shot up to the 9 heavens as if it was about to shatter the heavens. The surrounding light also dimmed and spread out at an astonishing speed, covering a radius of 10,000 meters. The terrifying murderous intent was above all living things. It was as if a high and mighty God was looking down on them. Instantly, everyone's heart trembled. They could not help but feel a trace of fear and palpitations. Chunzong's heart was heavy. The anticipation and excitement in his heart grew stronger. Suddenly, his eyelids seemed to tremble uncontrollably. His pupils seemed to have lost their function, and he could not see anything. When they recovered, an extremely terrifying golden sword light pierced through the air and shot towards him. The sword light seemed to be very short, but it was also extremely long. It was as if it filled the heavens and the earth, traversing all directions. It came from a beginning of time and pierced through time and space. An extreme sword. It was an extremely mysterious sword move. When the sword was used, one could feel the High Heaven Sword King's spirit, energy, and spirit drop. This sword was used when he was injured, so the impact on his body was even greater. His eyes also became a little dim. The instant the peerless sword monarch unleashed his strongest strike, Chunzong also raised his extreme-edge sword. Boundless sword chi, sword light, and sword light gushed out from his body. It was as if there were 10,000 rays of light, dazzling beyond compare. As the sword was raised high up, it rapidly gathered towards the sword. Faced with the High Heaven Sword King's extremely powerful sword that was close to the extreme state, Chunzong did not hesitate to use his true strength. The heavens and the earth were aligned. Although this sword was just created not long ago and was not perfect yet, it already possessed astonishing power. When the sword was used, the sword light tore through the sky like a silk thread. It was silent, and under the characteristics of the Genesis sword energy technique, it was raised to the extreme. There seemed to be nothing in the world that could resist this sword. Everyone's gazes were drawn to it. Although the sword light was as thin as silk, its light was as dazzling as the sun. The High Heaven Sword King's somewhat tired eyes were filled with indescribable horror. A sword that was close to the extreme state. His opponent was still very young. He had already mastered such an ultimate move. In order to master this sword, the High Heaven Sword King had roamed the vast wilderness for dozens of years. He had fought countless fierce battles and experienced many life and death situations before finally creating and mastering it. Jiandi, this was the peerless genius who had ignited the 9-colored heavenly flower and was recognized by the king naming pagoda and the will of the heavens and earth. He was given the title of Jiandi. Compared to him, there was indeed a huge gap between them. There was a difference of more than 100 years of cultivation. But his opponent was not inferior to him at all. His mind was slightly shaken at that moment. The two swords that were close to the extreme state collided in an instant. The High Heaven Sword King's High Heaven Life slaying sword and Chunzong's line of heaven and earth collided in an instant. The two extremely terrifying sword lights trembled at the same time. Heaven and earth seemed to be imprisoned, turning into a picture scroll that seemed to be imprinted in everyone's soul. The sword lights were extremely dazzling, as if two true dragons were coiling in a vacuum, as if they were eternal. This picture was not maintained for more than a breath's time before it shattered. The two sword lights trembled at the same time and seemed to emit an extremely shocking and sharp sound. They tore through the surroundings and both exploded. Although they were both swords that were close to the extreme state, the High Heaven Sword King had mastered it for a longer time, and it was more complete. Its power was stronger than the line of heaven and earth. However, Chunzong's sword was not weak either. Its power was tyrannical, and it was not inferior by much. Both swords collapsed. The remaining sword chi surged in all directions like a torrent, destroying everything in the world. Chunzong and the High Heaven Sword King were both hit by the impact, and they each defended against it. Chunzong's body was tyrannical, and he completely defended against it. However, the High Heaven Sword King seemed to be in a sorry state and was more or less injured. Even so, the High Heaven Sword King's slightly tired eyes were filled with strong unwillingness. His will was unyielding. Immediately, the High Heaven Sword King turned into a sword light to escape. This battle could not continue because he knew that he could not defeat his opponent at all. If he continued to fight, he might be defeated. In that case, this battle would end here. In the future, when he was stronger, he would fight again and defeat his opponent. He would not admit defeat. He would not admit defeat. This was the High Heaven Sword King, and also the mystery of the High Heaven Sword Will. Advancing courageously, breaking through all difficulties and obstacles, defeating all strong opponents, and standing above everything. Chapter 16:13. On the void battlefield, demonic fortresses descended from the universe one after another. Every demonic fortress was pitch black and irregular in shape. They were all thousands of meters in size and covered with ferocious skull sculptures. They exuded an incomparably dark aura and were extremely ferocious. It was as if they wanted to sink people into eternal oblivion. There were hundreds of demonic fortresses that were several thousand meters in size, sweeping across the void. Among the hundreds of thousands of demonic fortresses, there was a demonic fortress that was several tens of thousands of meters in size. It was covered with countless ferocious skulls, their eyes burning with terrifying flames. The aura it exuded was extremely terrifying, as if hell had descended upon this world. This was the reinforcements of the Void demonic army that had rushed to the Void battlefield. After more than a decade of war, the mysterious Heaven army had suffered heavy losses, but the Void demonic army had suffered even greater losses. After all, the human race had the mysterious Heaven battle fort to rely on. Once the spirit array was fully activated, it could kill many Void demonic beasts. The hundreds of demonic fortresses that had arrived on the Void battlefield did not stop there. Instead, they rushed towards the mysterious Heaven battle fort at an astonishing speed. As they approached, a terrifying aura swept across the Void battlefield, causing the already cruel Void battlefield to become even more ferocious. The light seemed to dim even more, as if it had turned into a purgatory. While Qinzong had been away, the Void demonic beasts had launched several more attacks. Although they had been repelled in the end, leaving behind many corpses, the mysterious Heaven army had also suffered heavy losses. The hundreds of demonic fortresses that had arrived were extremely terrifying. Each of them was several thousand meters in size, and as they charged forward with all their might, they created a blazing storm that destroyed everything in its path. Streaks of terrifying black light continued to shoot out from the demonic fortress. Each streak of black light carried an astonishing destructive power, capable of destroying all life. It was as if there was no way to defend against it. Even a Mastery Saint Realm Master would find it difficult to resist. A 7th level Saint Rudiment Realm Cultivator would instantly die upon contact. His body was instantly corroded and melted, turning into a pile of ashes. Even an 8th Heaven Saint Realm Expert would be severely injured if they were hit, and would have no choice but to defend themselves with all their might. If they were hit twice, they would die without a doubt and be reduced to ashes. As for those at the 9th Heaven Saint Rudiment Realm, they couldn't be hit by 3 at the same time. Otherwise, they would be severely injured. If they were hit again, there was a 70 to 80% chance they would die on the spot and turn into ashes. There was only a 20 to 30% chance of survival. Even if he managed to survive, he would be severely injured and barely have any strength left. It was no different from waiting for death. The soldiers of the Xintian army formed a battle formation and activated it with all their might. The battle formation was activated, and light shone brightly. While resisting the attacks of the Fiend Fortress, it also released a powerful counterattack. Storms swept across, flames erupted, torrents surged, and thunder rumbled. However, not only could each Fiend Fortress release a powerful blacklight attack, but also had an amazing defensive power. When the countless attacks hit the Fiend Fortress, they were instantly blocked by a layer of black light. Ripples spread out like water waves. The layer of defensive power outside the Devil's Fortress had actually dispersed all the attacks. The Devil's Fortress was several thousand meters in size. After the attacks were dispersed, they were unable to cause any damage to the Devil's Fortress. This scene caused the hearts of the soldiers of the Xintian army to sink, and the faces of the higher-ups turned solemn. Kill! In an instant, the divine black military commander's long spear suddenly trembled, and like a divine dragon leaving the abyss, he stabbed out fiercely. Terrifying light circulated, and endless Tao runes surged out, shocking the world. The spear pierced through the void, and with terrifying power, it broke open a vacuum of darkness and shot towards one of the Fiend Fortress. The black light on the Fiend Fortress was rampant, and its power converged from all directions like 100 rivers returning to the current to resist the spear of the divine black military commander. However, the divine black military commander was a top half-step great saint expert, and the power of his spear was extremely terrifying. Although the black light protection of the Fiend Fortress was tyrannical, it couldn't completely disperse the power of the spear. In just a short moment, it was broken, and the astonishing power pierced into the Fiend Fortress. It broke through a ferocious skull statue and came out from another ferocious skull behind it. Only then did everyone notice that there were thousands of powerful void fiends residing in the Fiend Fortress. It was these void fiends that provided the Fiend Fortress with offensive and defensive power. Under this spear, hundreds of void fiends in the Fiend Fortress were directly penetrated, and thousands of void fiends nearby were impacted by the terrifying power of the spear. Although they didn't die, they were on the verge of death. This spear not only penetrated a Fiend Fortress, but also caused significant casualties among the void fiends, causing the power of the Fiend Fortress to plummet. This method worked, and the half-step Great Saints and the Divine Black Military Commander burst out with all their strength, bombarding the Fiend Fortress with fierce attacks. Immediately, some Fiend Fortresses were attacked, and their power was greatly reduced. However, there weren't many half-step Great Saints, and the gap between them and the Fiend Fortress was obvious. For a time, they could only relieve some of the pressure. At this time, the giant Fiend Fortress, which had been watching from the sidelines, suddenly released a terrifying aura, as if a void beast had awakened from a deep slumber. The aura that made people's hearts palpitate swept out, and the whole battlefield seemed to be silent for a moment. The expressions of the Divine Black Military Commander and the other half-step Great Saints changed dramatically, and they felt a threat and fear from the aura from the bottom of their hearts. They stared at each other, their eyes filled with solemnity. There were thousands of powerful void fiends in the 1,000-meter-big Fiend Fortress, and they gathered their power in a strange way to form the attack and defense of the Fiend Fortress. There were tens of thousands of powerful void fiends in the Fiend Fortress, and there were even demigod void fiends in the fortress. Its power wasn't 10 times that of the 1,000-meter-big Fiend Fortress, but more than 100 times, and it was even more terrifying. Whoosh! A thick and majestic black light suddenly shot out from the Demon Fortress, which was tens of thousands of meters high. Its target was a half-step Great Saint expert. The speed of this black light was extremely fast, and it swept across the world in an instant, traversing tens of thousands of meters in the void. The half-step Great Saint expert was horrified. He hurriedly unleashed a powerful attack to counter the attack, but his attack was defeated in an instant. Although the power of the black light was reduced sharply, it still shot towards him with irresistible force. Resist! He was defeated in an instant, and his whole body was sent flying. The terrifying power invaded his whole body, frantically seeping into his body and wantonly destroying his vitality. With just one blow, the half-step Great Saint expert was injured, and his aura withered. He had to circulate his cultivation with all his strength, and take elixirs to dissolve the terrifying power that invaded his body. With just one blow, a half-step Great Saint expert had lost his fighting ability. If there was another blow, he would undoubtedly die. The faces of the half-step Great Saint experts were extremely solemn. Kill! He attacked again. This time, he attacked the Devil Fortress, which was tens of thousands of meters large, mercilessly. However, many of their attacks were intercepted and shattered by the black light, and some of them hit the Fiend Fortress, but layers of ripples spread out, and it was impossible to break through, let alone damage the Fiend Fortress. This scene immediately made the faces of the half-step Great Saint experts sink, and they became even more wary. The situation seemed to be even more unfavorable. Close in an instant, the commanders of the 9 armies immediately negotiated and reached a consensus. Since long-range attacks couldn't break through the Fiend Fortress's defense, they would close in and fight in close range. Only then could they erupt with more terrifying power, break through the defensive power, and kill their way in, completely destroy the powerful Fiend Fortress, and save the battle. Otherwise, the Shintian army would very likely be defeated in this battle. The situation was extremely critical. In the blink of an eye, the 9 figures emitted dazzling lights of different colors. Their Taoist rhymes were as dense as magma, yet they were also like surging waves that surged in all directions. They erupted with an extremely shocking speed and carried an extremely terrifying might as they swiftly shot out. Close in. These 9 figures were the commanders of the 9 armies of the Shintian army. They were all top half-step Great Saint experts, and were super experts second only to the chief commander of the Shintian army. 9 black lights shot out at the same time, respectively shooting towards the 9 rays of light, trying to kill them, but they were either blocked or dodged and closed in again. The other half-step Great Saint experts also attacked, erupting with their full strength to attack the Fiend Fortress, which was tens of thousands of meters in size, to provide cover for the 9 commanders, allowing them to approach more easily. Tens of thousands of meters was actually very short for the powerful half-step Great Saint experts, and they could cross it in an instant. However, under the heavy attacks, these tens of thousands of meters seemed to be stretched 10 times, or even 100 times, and became even more difficult to cross. However, the strength of the 9 commanders was extremely tyrannical, and they weren't inferior even to the top demigods of the Fiend Void. Therefore, they quickly closed in and were already in front of the Fiend Fortress. Suddenly, the Fiend Fortress shone brightly, and terrifying black flames instantly erupted, sweeping out like a raging tide, bursting with a terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth, directly attacking the 9 figures. Caught off guard, the 9 figures were instantly hit and drowned, as if they were being devoured. It was a terrifying sight. Light burst out, shooting straight into the sky, as if breaking the sky of the battlefield. The 9 figures broke through the terrifying flames that could destroy everything, and directly charged out, closing in on the Fiend Fortress and launching attacks. Attack after attack, as if there was no end to it. Suddenly, countless ripples spread out on the Fiend Fortress's defense, like a torrential rain hitting the surface of a calm lake, causing waves to rise everywhere. No matter how the 9 figures attacked, the defensive power of the demonic fortress, which was tens of thousands of meters in size, showed no signs of being broken. Resist. Completely resist. The other Fiend fortresses continued to release attacks, and the power of each attack was extremely tyrannical. Although they couldn't break the battle formation in a short period of time, they caused a great burden. The elites of the Divine Xian Army's Killer Division attacked, while looking for opportunities to close in on the Fiend Fortress. Fierce Battle. Chapter 16:14. A tragic battle. A fierce battle. Under the frenzied attacks of the hundreds of demonic fortresses, the Dark Sky Army was forced to retreat. It was only a matter of time before they were completely defeated. However, every soldier of the Dark Sky Army gritted their teeth and unleashed all their strength to fight to the death. The Void Demons and the human race were mortal enemies. Since ancient times, once they met, it was either you die or I die. There was no third possibility. The elites of the Dark Spirit Army formed their own formations and constantly defended against the demonic fortresses. However, it was difficult for them to break through the defense of the fortresses. This was an unequal battle. A figure appeared in the Void Passage and immediately sensed the extremely dense evil chi. The evil chi was rampant and ferocious. The light of the entire battlefield seemed to be dimmer than before. Chunzong moved and turned into a bolt of lightning. He burst forth with incredible speed and flew towards the Dark Sky Battle Fortress. The closer he got, the more Chunzong felt the surging evil chi and chaotic murderous intent in the air. The demonic army of the Void Demons is attacking again. Chunzong thought to himself. A sharp light flashed in his eyes, and he was faintly excited. The king-naming tower. The wild territory. Chunzong's cultivation and strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. Now, he had even surpassed the level of the Heavenly Sword King. He had entered the ranks of the Saint Realm experts. The battle with the Heavenly Sword King was only a battle of victory and defeat. It was not a battle of life and death. It was not satisfying enough. Now, after returning to the Void battlefield and encountering the invasion of the demonic army of the Void Demons, Chunzong's blood seemed to have been ignited. His fighting spirit and murderous intent soared to the sky. This time, it was different from before. He would not be forced into such a difficult situation and would be able to kill more of the Void Demons. What are those? Chunzong stared at the hundreds of huge figures in front of him and was immediately stunned. It was not that Chunzong did not recognize them. After all, Chunzong had seen the demonic fortresses before. However, there were only a few of them at that time, and they had already exuded a terrifying aura. Now, there were hundreds of them, and one of them was even tens of thousands of meters long. It was even more terrifying. Streaks of murderous aura that could destroy everything permeated the air, causing one's heart to tremble. Chunzong could tell at a glance that the situation was very unfavorable for the Xintian army, because the attacks of the soldiers couldn't break through the defense of the fortress. The dark light attack from the fortress was very powerful and required the soldiers to form a battle formation to resist. With a flash of his figure, Chunzong appeared several thousand meters away. Bursting forth with unparalleled speed, he was like a cold bolt of lightning that streaked across the void as he rapidly closed in. Chunzong's pupils constricted as he narrowed his eyes. Traces of cold light, as deep as the abyss, emitted a chilling light that made one's heart palpitate. A streak of black light pierced through the air and headed straight for Chunzong. The cold and gloomy aura suddenly attacked him, as if he had fallen into hell. It was like the strike of the Grim Reaper, which made Chunzong's heart tremble. A chill grew from the depths of his heart and gushed out like a spring. With a flash, Chunzong didn't take it head-on. Instead, he directly dodged. This was the Void battlefield, and his enemies were ferocious and cruel Void demons. There was no room for luck, and he couldn't risk his life. The dark light pierced through the sky, leaving a straight trace in the void as it shot into the distance. This time, Chunzong flashed even closer to one of the demonic fortresses and slashed out with his sword. Under the full operation of the Taichu's sword energy technique, the sword light suddenly became brilliant and extremely condensed, emitting a hint of earth-shattering charm. Although it was weak, it was as tenacious as a candle in the wind. The void was cut open by the sword, leaving a straight and clear sword mark that emitted a heart-palpitating aura. With an irresistible force, the sword light directly slashed the defensive power of the demonic fortresses. Layers of power surged out, trying to dissolve the power of the sword. However, a small crack suddenly appeared in the defensive power of the demonic fortresses. It couldn't block the characteristics of the Taichu sword energy technique at all. However, the power of the sword wasn't strong enough. After tearing apart the defense of the demonic fortresses, it couldn't continue to attack. After all, each of the demonic fortresses was thousands of meters in size, and there were thousands of powerful void demons guarding them. When their powers merged into one, they became even more terrifying. In terms of absolute power, Chunzong couldn't be compared to them. This scene was noticed by the mysterious god Killer Master. His eyes moved slightly under the silver mask, and immediately his figure appeared next to Chunzong as if he had traveled through the void. Cooperate. The two words entered Chunzong's ears with an accent. It sounded like a woman's voice, but it also sounded like a man's voice. It was very mysterious. Chunzong reacted instantly and understood the mysterious god Killer Master's meaning. Under normal circumstances, although Chunzong was very strong, there was still a huge gap between him and the mysterious god Killer Master, who was half a step away from the Great Saint Realm. The mysterious god Killer Master wanted to cooperate now because he thought that he could break the defense of the demonic fortresses. This was very important. It was even related to the outcome of this battle. Chunzong didn't think much and waved his sword again without hesitation. With the support of the Taichu sword energy technique, the void was immediately torn open, and the defense of the demonic fortresses was broken again. However, after this sword broke the defense, it dissipated and couldn't enter the demonic fortresses to cause casualties to the void demons. Immediately, an extremely terrifying and sharp flowing light broke through the void, seizing the gap and instantly killing its way into the demonic fortresses. This attack was irresistible and invincible. Nothing could resist it. It directly entered the demonic fortresses, but it didn't break out of the demonic fortresses. Instead, it exploded inside and turned into countless sharp light blades, roaring and raging like a hurricane, strangling everything. This attack was extremely terrifying and mysterious. It immediately killed more than half of the void demons on the demonic fortresses. The casualties were heavy, and the demonic fortresses were on the verge of collapse. It was effective. The mysterious god, Killer Master's eyes burst out thousands of rays of divine light. Attack! The mysterious god, Killer Master's voice sounded again in Chunzong's ears. Chunzong waved his sword again. The sword light broke through the void and immediately tore apart the defense. The mysterious god, Killer Master, seized the opportunity and attacked again, his light as cold as hell. In the nefarious demon fortress, the remaining nefarious demons were all killed, and the entire nefarious demon fortress lost its source of power and began to wobble and fall. Boom! The demonic fortress, which was several thousand meters in size, fell from a height of several hundred meters. It was like a huge meteor falling from the sky. Its might was vast and shocking. When it smashed into the hard ground of the battlefield, it instantly erupted with astonishing power. This wave was vast and mighty, as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. The whole battlefield shook as if it was about to break apart. Terrifying waves surged and swept in all directions, destroying everything. This scene immediately attracted everyone's attention, and the fierce battle paused for a moment. This was the first demonic fortresses to be shot down since the beginning of the battle. Half of it smashed into the ground and tilted like ashes. The soldiers of the Xintian army were stunned. They had been unable to cause any damage to the demonic fortresses since the beginning of the fierce battle, let alone shoot them down. The void demons were even more confused. How could such a powerful demonic fortresses be shot down? In an instant, all eyes turned to the mysterious god Killer Master, and then to Chunzong. This person was the real variable. The 9 Supremes, who had joined forces to besiege the demonic fortress, were also staring at Chunzong. The Divine Xian General had a smile on his face as he was secretly excited. This kid has really exceeded my expectations. My high hopes for him have not been in vain. Although he did not know how Chunzong had broken through the demonic fortress's defenses, this method was the key to turning the tide of the battle. The demonic fortresses also realized this point. Suddenly, streaks of black light shot through the sky, targeting Chunzong. They wanted to kill Chunzong completely to prevent future troubles. The mysterious god Killer Master moved, and the cold light of his sharp blades immediately surrounded Chunzong, protecting him firmly. Chunzong also swung his sword to save himself, and pushed his movement skills to the extreme. At the same time, 3 half-step great saints quickly approached, blocking the attack of the black light for Chunzong. The black light of the demonic fortresses, which were thousands of meters in size, was not much of a threat to the half-step great saints. With the mysterious god Killer Master as the leader and the other 3 half-step great saints as support, they firmly protected Chunzong. Chunzong only needed to use his sword to tear apart the defensive power of the demonic fortresses. The second demonic fortress fell again under the joint attack of the 4 half-step great saints, and the roar shook the surroundings. The fall of 2 demonic fortresses in a row greatly boosted the morale of the Xintian army. Their fighting spirit was high, and they seemed to be able to erupt with even more astonishing power. Then, the 3rd demonic fortress fell. Even more half-step great sages gathered to protect Chunzong. At the same time, they also cooperated with Chunzong to kill the void devils inside the Fiend Fortress. The 4th demonic fortress, the 5th demonic fortress, the 6th demonic fortress. Almost every few breaths, a demonic fortress was bombarded and fell. Soon, 10 demonic fortresses were shot down. Even though the loss of 10 castles was nothing compared to the hundreds of castles, it was a blow to their morale. It was also a boost to the morale of the Xintian army. More black light shot toward Chunzong. He was the main culprit. If they could not kill him, more demonic fortresses would be destroyed and fall. There were at least thousands of demonic void demons in each demonic fortress. The fall of a demonic fortress meant the death of thousands of demonic void demons. 10 demonic fortresses were equivalent to tens of thousands of demonic void demons dead. It was an incomparably heavy loss. It should be known that the construction of each demonic fortress was not easy. Mobilizing hundreds of them at once took many years of accumulation. Shenzong did not care about this. While being vigilant, he approached the demonic fortress under the protection of a group of half-step great saints, drew his sword, and tore it apart. Immediately, the half-step great saints seized the fleeting opportunity to attack. Terrifying power bombarded the demonic fortresses, wantonly destroying them. Immediately, the demonic void demons inside were killed, and the fortresses fell. Whoosh! Chapter 16:15. Boom! The ground of the battlefield trembled incessantly. Waves of earth swept out like violent ripples, and their might was terrifying. Another Archfiend fortress was shot down and smashed into the ground. The 20th fortress. This was the 20th Archfiend fortress. Although it was nothing compared to the hundreds of Archfiend fortresses, it was a great blow to their morale. However, at this rate, it would not be easy to destroy all the hundreds of demonic fortresses. Come here. The mysterious Immortal general's voice immediately reached Chunzong's ears. The Archfiend fortress, which was tens of thousands of meters in size, was the strongest and most terrifying. Only by destroying it could they determine the outcome of the battle. Since Chunzong had the ability to break through the Archfiend fortress's defenses, they would let Chunzong give a try. They would see if he could break through the Archfiend fortress's defenses and determine the outcome of the battle in one fell swoop. Chunzong rapidly approached the Archfiend fortress under the protection of the mysterious Immortal general's assassin lord and a group of half-step great saint experts. The mysterious Immortal general's assassin lord and the others also understood that it would take a lot of time and energy to destroy the Archfiend fortress. It was better to destroy the Archfiend fortress in one fell swoop to determine the outcome of the battle. Advance. Under the protection of the half-step great saint experts, Chunzong rapidly approached the Archfiend fortress. The Archfiend fortress was tens of thousands of meters in size, far larger than the other Archfiend fortresses. It was burning with faint flames, looking extremely terrifying, as if it came from the abyss of purgatory. Its aura made Chunzong shudder. Chunzong's eyes were cold as he raised his heart's sword Dao to the extreme to protect himself. The fire of the soul burned fiercely to resist the invasion of the Archfiend fortress. The 9 Supremes took action one after another, blocking the majority of the Archfiend fortress's attacks, while the mysterious Immortal general's assassin lord and the others shared the remaining attacks, allowing Chunzong to act freely. Otherwise, the Archfiend fortress's attack would be enough to kill Chunzong in an instant. Chunzong's expression hardened as he operated the origin sword art. In an instant, his sword pierced through the air. Infinite sword. The sword light converged as if 10,000 swords were condensed together. Its power was tyrannical as it tore through the void in an instant. The sword light was dazzling. When the sword light slashed the defensive power of the great Archfiend fortress, everyone stared to see if the sword light would be able to tear apart the defensive power of the fortress. The result was delightful. This sword light directly tore apart the defensive power of the Archfiend's fortress without any delay. However, it was disappointing because the power of the strike was too weak. It had only torn apart the defensive power of the fortress, but could not be sustained. It healed in an instant, so fast that even experts like the 9 Supremes could not seize the fleeting opportunity. This scene immediately caused everyone's hope to fall into disappointment. "Kid, do you have any stronger attacks?" one of the generals shouted. The sword strike, just now, was very powerful for a Saint Rudiment Stage cultivator. An ordinary 9th Heaven Saint Rudiment Stage cultivator would be instantly killed, but Chunzong's cultivation was only at the peak of the 7th Heaven Saint Rudiment Stage. However, it wasn't enough to completely break through the defenses of the Archfiend's fortress. He needed to be even stronger. Did Shenzong have a stronger attack? Yes, of course. The power of Lingwu erupted in an instant. In an instant, Shenzong's Qi cultivation soared from the peak of the 7th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage to the peak of the 8th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage. But the cultivation he exuded was still at the peak of the 7th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage. Limitless. Another sword strike, this time much more powerful than before, pierced through the air and struck the defensive power of the Archfiend's fortress once more. The power of this sword strike was much stronger than before, causing the hearts of the half-step great saints to tremble. They immediately focused their gazes, their eyes as sharp as needles. With a very soft sound, the sword light immediately tore apart the layer of astonishing defensive power. Although it was not big, it still tore open a crack. Although it quickly disappeared, one of the generals seized the opportunity and blasted out another attack. His power penetrated the tear and directly entered the fortress. The power of this attack was so strong that it directly killed hundreds of Void Fiends. However, it was blocked by a powerful demigod Void Fiend, unable to cause any further damage. This scene caused everyone's expression to darken. Although it caused damage, it was insignificant. Slash, slash, slash. Shenzong erupted once more, continuously executing the infinite sword strike. Several sword lights shot out one after another, each striking different points of the Archfiend's fortress defensive power and tearing open a crack, allowing the 9 generals to attack and enter the fortress. However, the demigod rank Void Fiends inside the Archfiend fortress took action one after another, blocking the attacks of the generals and protecting the Void Fiends inside from harm. In an instant, the situation fell into a stalemate. Shenzong took a deep breath. It seemed that he could no longer conserve some of his strength. He could only display even more power. His essence, Qi, and spirit were raised to the extreme in an instant. His tyrannical strength surged out as terrifying sword Qi, sword lights surged in all directions. He raised the extreme edge sword high. Immediately, an endless amount of energy gathered, causing the edge of the sword to become even more dazzling. It was as if a large sun had risen. It was extremely dazzling, as if it was about to transform into a blazing sun on the battlefield. It illuminated everything, causing the light in the surroundings to become increasingly dim. Time after time, Shenzong's mastery of this sword strike grew deeper and more complete. Heaven and earth aligned. As the sword struck out, the sword light condensed into silk, wriggling and undulating like a speck of inky white rippling in water. There was an indescribable charm to it. Picturesque, poetic, elegant. However, upon closer inspection, one could feel an extremely terrifying sharpness condensed within, tearing everything between heaven and earth apart. The silk-like sword light struck the Archfiend's fortress defense directly. Silently, like melting snow, an obvious crack was torn open. The 9 generals had no time to be shocked, as they immediately attacked with all their might. Earlier, the crack that Shenzong had torn open was very small, causing their attacks to be limited. Now that the crack was so obvious, there was no need to hold back, and they attacked with all their might. The 9 generals were top-notch half-step great saint experts. When they attacked with all their might, they could easily obliterate weaker half-step great saints. It was extremely terrifying. When they attacked with all their might, their terrifying power immediately charged into the Archfiend's fortress and wreaked havoc. There was only one top-notch half-step great saint in the Archfiend's fortress, while the others were all second-tier half-step great saints. They simply could not withstand the full attack of the 9 generals. In an instant, thousands of Archfiends of the Void were killed. For tens of thousands of them, thousands was not a small number. The power of the Archfiend's fortress was greatly reduced. However, after using this sword strike, Shenzong's essence, Qi, and spirit immediately declined. It will be difficult for him to use a second sword strike in a short time. Take it. The voice of the mysterious god Killer rang in his ears. A sparkling and translucent pill appeared in front of him, emitting an alluring fragrance that made Chunzong feel his essence, qi, and spirit recovering. Without hesitation, Chunzong immediately took it and refined it. The half-step great saints protected Chunzong tightly. This was the key to victory and defeat. There was no room for error. Chunzong operated the origin sword technique with all his might. The 29th layer of the origin sword technique immediately refined the pill rapidly. His essence, qi, and spirit continuously recovered, and his consumed strength was also rapidly recovered. The 9 generals continued to attack, resisting the counterattack of the Archfiend's fortress while doing their best to exhaust its strength. Time slowly passed. After 30 breaths, Chunzong felt that his essence, qi, and spirit had completely recovered to their peak. However, the pill's power continued to be released. Heaven and earth align. Once again, the silk-like sword light tore through the void and tore apart the defensive power of the Archfiend's fortress. The 9 generals immediately attacked with all their might, killing thousands of Archfiends of the void and injuring a demigod-level Archfiend. Chunzong's essence, qi, and spirit fell, but they were quickly replenished by the pill. The third sword strike. Heaven and earth align. Tear. Kill. The Archfiend's fortress was gradually weakening. Following the weakening of the Archfiend's power, its defense was also weakened, and the casualties caused by the 9 generals were even greater. Before long, more than half of the Archfiend's forces were dead, and its defense was even weaker. Even if Chunzong didn't attack, the 9 generals could still break through its defense with their combined strength. Retreat. The tables had turned, and things were hopeless. The top demigod, overseeing the Archfiend's fortress, immediately ordered a retreat. Otherwise, the Archfiend's fortress might very well be destroyed. It was already difficult to build an Archfiend fortress of several thousand meters, and it was 100 times more difficult to build an Archfiend fortress of several thousand meters. Any one of these fortresses was incomparably precious. When the Archfiend fortress retreated, the other Archfiend fortresses followed suit. Kill. With the 9 generals in the lead, they immediately gave chase. The strength of a half-step great saint was very frightening, and ordinary Archfiend fortresses couldn't completely withstand it. If 2 half-step great saints joined forces, they could take down an Archfiend fortress in one blow. Follow up the victory. Everyone's heart was filled with energy, and their killing intent was awe-inspiring. Kill, kill, kill. Their suppressed hearts were released in an instant, completely erupting. Victory and defeat had been decided. The Archfiend fortresses moved faster and faster, especially the Archfiend's speed. In the end, they escaped the pursuit of the 9 generals into the cosmic void. After the enraged 9 generals attacked and destroyed many Archfiend fortresses, the remaining Archfiend fortresses rushed into the cosmic void and disappeared. They didn't continue the pursuit. The cosmic void was full of unpredictable dangers, and the slightest carelessness could lead to death. They could only give up. After the battle, it was time to clean up the aftermath. After some sorting, they found that there were more than 100 Archfiend fortresses that had been shot down. Most of them were shot down after Chunzong's arrival. It could be said that Chunzong's contribution was great. It was fine if he didn't appear, but when he did, it was so shocking. With a sword in hand, he directly dominated the outcome of the battle, turning the tide of the battle. This scene really made people gasp in amazement. Who could have imagined it before this? Chapter 16:16. The Xiantian battle fortress stood tall on the ground, guarding the void passage to the Xiantian realm like an impregnable fortress. Inside the fortress, 9 figures that were filled with boundless Taoist rhymes sat around in all directions. Their bodies seemed to be infinitely tall, like giants that stood between the heavens and the earth. They were mighty. Chunzong stood among them, but his heart was calm. Although he was facing 9 powerful half-step great saint experts and the 9 giants of the Xiantian army, he didn't feel the slightest bit of nervousness or uneasiness. There was only calmness and composure. This kind of bearing made the 9 giants secretly praise him. Chunzong, you came at the right time this time. The divine black military lord was the most familiar with Chunzong, so he was the first to speak. His words were full of undisguised praise. The other 8 giants had heard of Chunzong's fame before. After all, he had detonated the 9-colored heavenly flower, received the recognition of the kingship pagoda, and was given the title of Jindi. He had surpassed the emperor of Lingwu on the 9-colored kingship tablet, and was known as the #1 prodigy and the #1 peerless genius since ancient times. The higher one's cultivation base and the stronger one was, the more they knew the meaning of the title given by the kingship pagoda. However, they had only heard of it before. Today, they had seen its true power. His cultivation base was only at the peak of the 7th Heaven Saint realm, which was nothing in the Xintian army, but he had the shocking ability to break the defense of the Fiend Fortress. In this aspect, he was comparable to a half-step great saint. However, even most half-step great saints could not completely break the defense of the Fiend Fortress and destroy it. Because of this, they were able to turn the tables and determine the outcome of the battle. In particular, the Fiend Fortress was a powerful weapon of war that the 9 giants could not do anything to when it was at its peak. However, it could not stop Chunzong's sword and was forced to retreat after its defense was broken. That was the key to victory. However, the 9 giants and the others were very curious. Chunzong was only at the peak of the 7th Heaven Saint realm, so how could he do something that many half-step great saints could not? If it was just 1 or 2 outbursts, it could be attributed to a secret technique. However, Chunzong did not just 1, 2, or 3 outbursts. He did it multiple times. As for Chunzong's heaven and earth line, it was a sword that was close to the pinnacle, which shocked the half-step great saints. Little friend, how did you do it? The divine black military lord could not contain his curiosity and asked quickly. The way he addressed Chunzong as little friend was obviously putting down his military rank. It was as if he was talking to Chunzong as an equal. The other giants' gazes were fixed on Chunzong's face, by. The other party addressed him as a young man. After all, there was an obvious gap between their status and strength. It was necessary to address him respectfully. As for the reason, Chunzong did not intend to hide it. He directly said that it was because of his cultivation method. His honesty surprised the 9 Supremes as well. They originally thought that Chunzong would try to hide it. In fact, Chunzong's idea was very simple. It was just a reason. There was nothing to hide when facing the 9 giants, who were half-step great saint powerhouses. If the other party wanted to comprehend the Genesis sword technique, Chunzong would not be stingy. He might even be able to use the other party to complete the 30th stage faster and improve his foundation and accumulation. However, although the 9 giants were curious, they did not covet it at all. To them, they were already at the peak of half-step great saint. The next step was to break through to the great saint realm. However, it was too difficult. It was hard to say if they could do it in their lifetime. Therefore, other than the opportunity to advance to the eminent saint stage, it was difficult for other things to shake their minds. No matter how good their cultivation method was, it was still a small path compared to the path of the great saint realm. Moreover, they had already comprehended their cultivation methods to the extreme. They had reached a point where they could not improve anymore. After a brief chat, Chunzong also took his leave. As for the 9 giants, they began to discuss what kind of reward they should give to Chunzong this time. After all, Chunzong had played a huge role in this battle. He was almost a leader. If it were not for Chunzong, even if they could win this battle, their losses would be more than 10 times worse. The military merit of such an act of turning the tide was hard to calculate. However, even if it was hard to calculate, they still had to give Chunzong a reward. Only then could they better motivate the people. Not long after, the discussion was completed. Chunzong's reward was thus announced. First, it was his military rank. He would be promoted to a superior general. A superior general was the highest level of military rank. The treatment he enjoyed was amazing, allowing Chunzong to leap to the top in terms of military rank. Next, he will be given a military title of unparalleled. There are not many military titles in the Xiantian troop. In fact, there were very few of them. Each of them was a powerful cultivator with great ability. They were not young either. Only Chunzong was the youngest. Unparalleled. The significance was shocking. It was an unparalleled honor, a recognition from the entire army. Lastly, the Xiantian troop's treasury was fully opened to Chunzong. He could take whatever he wanted. The first and second were status and prestige. The third were substantial benefits. The Xiantian troop had been established for countless years. There were many treasures in its treasury. Whether it was cultivation methods, martial arts, secret methods, various pills, sacred weapons, treasures, and so on, there were many. Chunzong could take whatever he wanted. Such an honor was the only one since ancient times. It completely broke the precedent of the past. Little did they know that this was not something the Nine Supremes could decide. It was a message from the general, Xiantian Godly General. This also showed how much Xiantian Godly General thought of Chunzong. When Chunzong knew about his reward, he was surprised. Chunzong had never paid much attention to titles like first and second. Of course, a title like Jindi was something Chunzong valued very much. It was not just a title, but also the recognition of heaven and earth. It could allow him to understand the mysteries of heaven and earth more clearly. It had substantial benefits. The Xiantian troop's treasury was accumulated over countless years. He could take whatever he wanted. Just thinking about it made him excited. Of course, Chunzong would not really do that. It would be too greedy to just take everything. However, if he found something useful, he could take it. With a thought, Chunzong immediately made a move and stepped into the treasury. He had not really entered the treasury during the previous exchanges. This was his first time. The treasury was vast and majestic. Countless auras filled the air. It was mysterious and chaotic. After Chunzong stepped in, he was dazzled. There were too many things. Fortunately, there were clear classifications in the treasury. Cultivation methods, martial arts, secret methods, pills, sacred herbs, sacred materials, sacred weapons, secret treasures. Cultivation methods were not needed now. Skipped. Martial arts were not needed either. What was more important now was the understanding of the mysteries of heaven and earth. Skipped. Secret methods could be looked at again to see if there were any suitable, powerful secret methods, such as some second-rate supernatural powers. Pills could be looked at. Sacred herbs could be looked at. Sacred materials could be skipped. Sacred weapons could be looked at. Secret treasures could be looked at. After thinking about it, Chunzong stepped into the area of sacred weapons first. The extreme edge sword was a 7th grade sacred weapon, but to be honest, it could no longer keep up with him. Therefore, Chunzong planned to find an elite 9th grade sacred weapon. It was a pity that he did not have a sacred weapon that could grow with him. Otherwise, he would not have to change it so frequently. Shaking his head and getting rid of the distracting thoughts, Chunzong stepped into the area of sacred weapons and immediately felt countless murderous auras. Sharp, fierce, vigorous, heavy, domineering, blazing cold, violent, dark, endless auras lingered here, surging and spiraling like an invisible storm. There are many types of weapons, such as sabers, spears, swords, staffs, and so on. There are even some strange weapons. However, after Chunzong glanced at them, he directly locked onto the long sword. Only the long sword was suitable for him. He glanced at it and then closed his eyes. The heart sword Dao intent spread out. Chunzong wanted to use this method to choose the sword that was most suitable for him. Follow your heart. Chunzong's heart sword Dao intent was a top-level Dao intent. It was extremely mysterious and unfathomable. As it spread out, suddenly, several 9th grade sacred weapon long swords let out trembling sounds as if they were fighting to enter Chunzong's hands. Chunzong carefully sensed which aura was the most suitable for him. Immediately, his right hand grabbed at the void, and a melodious sound of a sword rang out. It seemed to resound through the void. A ray of sword light shot out, vast and boundless, illuminating the dim area of sacred weapons. It fell into Chun Zong's hands. It was a long sword. The sword was completely black. Its appearance was simple, but it looked exquisite. Its blade seemed to have no edge and was not dazzling at all. However, it was extremely sharp, as if it could easily cut through all toughness. The sword was very handy and comfortable in his hands. Chunzong was very satisfied. Good sword. Chunzong opened his eyes and glanced at it. He immediately felt that it was very good. Whether it was the appearance, weight, or sharpness, it was all to his liking. Chunzong felt that he should choose this sword. Deep Night. This was the name of the sword. It was an elite grade 9 sacred weapon. The power it contained was much stronger than that of an ordinary 9th level Saint Rudiment stage. It would be of great help to him. With a gentle shake of his wrist, a faint but pleasant sharp sound rang out. The pitch-black blade slashed through the void, leaving a faint black sword mark in the void. It was astonishingly sharp. Good sword. It was much better than the extreme sharp sword. With this sword in hand, Chunzong's strength would become even more powerful. If he used it to display the one line of heaven and earth, its power would increase by a lot. It would be even more shocking. If he had this sword in hand, he might have been able to defeat the High Heaven Sword King. His left hand grabbed at the void, and the scabbard of the Deep Night sword appeared in his hand. With a twist of his right hand, a black sword flower that resembled a black lotus appeared. The long sword returned to its scabbard, and all its sharpness was restrained. Turning around, Chunzong strode out of the area of sacred weapons and turned to walk to other areas. It was a rare opportunity for him to take whatever he wanted from the treasury. He could not miss it. After all, this was his only chance. Chapter 16-17. The mysterious heaven battle fortress stood tall, like an ancient mountain, majestic and unshakable. It had been 3 months since Chunzong's return, and his sword had turned the tide, repelling the invasion of the demonic fortress. According to the previous pattern, the demonic void army should have launched at least 2 attacks in these 3 months. However, this time, there was no movement from them. The elites who went deep into the void battlefield brought back news that the void demon army seemed to have retreated for some unknown reason. In short, there were no traces of the void demon army in the depths of the void battlefield. It seemed that they had really retreated. The retreat of the void demon army was a good thing. It gave the mysterious heaven army a chance to recuperate and replenish their strength. However, they couldn't let their guard down because of this. The invasion of the void demon army had never stopped. The current retreat was only a temporary one. No one knew when they would return. Therefore, the mysterious heaven battle fortress still existed. The mysterious heaven army still needed to strengthen and replenish. Otherwise, when the void demon army invaded again, it would be difficult to resist. For the past 3 months, Chunzong had been in secluded cultivation. The secret room was dark, without a trace of light. Suddenly, a divine light bloomed, as if tearing the darkness apart. It was a pair of eyes that emitted a light. Immediately, the divine light converged and became clear, as if the bottom of the water could be seen. A long breath was also blown out. It was as if a storm had been stirred up in the darkness, and the darkness was swept away. The door seemed to be pushed open by an invisible hand. A white figure that seemed to be filled with a hazy halo of divine light calmly stepped out, like a wisp of cloud streaking across the sky, light and graceful. Chunzong came out of seclusion. His aura had changed from strong to restrained. His entire person seemed to be as calm as water. The peak of the 7th heaven saint realm. He was only a step away from the 8th heaven saint realm. Chunzong didn't deliberately seek a breakthrough. Unless it was an emergency, a breakthrough would be a natural one, like water overflowing from a full reservoir. This kind of breakthrough would strengthen one's foundation and not leave behind any flaws. There would be no need to waste time to fix them. Within the Xintian army's treasury, Chunzong could choose what he wanted. He had gained a lot on this trip. Of course, Chunzong only took a few things that were useful to him. After all, This treasury had been accumulated by the Xiantian Legion for generations. Being able to give him a chance to choose freely was already a great benefit. If he was too greedy, it would be detestable. This was actually Chunzong's principle of doing things. Since the Void Demon army had temporarily retreated, it was unknown when they would attack again. Chunzong's heart stirred. It was time to fulfill the ancient Azura King's wish. He wanted to see if the Shura sect still existed. He also wanted to find his close friend, the Rakshasa King, who had betrayed him and tried to assassinate him. Revenge. This was Chunzong's promise after he received the inheritance of the ancient Shura King's 10,000 Shura. In the past, because his cultivation was not strong enough, he did not take action. But now, his strength had increased to a very high level. He was at the peak of the Saint realm. Although he was still not comparable to a half-step great saint, he could already take action. But before he left, there was still one thing he had to do. Azura cloned Chunxiao. During this period, Chunxiao had been hunting demons in the depths of the void battlefield, while absorbing their vitality to restore the power of the Nirvana evil sword. He also used it to improve his cultivation. Since he was going to avenge the ancient Azura King, it was necessary to bring his clone Chunxiao along. With the evil eye of Nirvana, he could resist an ordinary half-step great saint. On the way out of the Xintian battle fortress, people kept bowing to Chunzong to show their respect. Perhaps in the Xintian army, Chunzong's cultivation was not the highest, nor was his strength the strongest, but he was the most legendary one, turning the tide with one sword. This was in full view of everyone. It was as if it was branded in everyone's heart. This was an amazing achievement. Therefore, Chunzong's military rank was promoted to general, and he was given the title of peerless. The army had always worshipped the strong. The so-called strong did not only refer to strength, but also other abilities. Chunzong was undoubtedly a strong master. He was also the first monstrous talent in history to be given the title of Jindi by the king naming pagoda. Stepping out of the Xintian battle fortress, Chunzong quickly moved. He did not want others to know about the existence of his Azura clone Chunxiao. After all, he still did not have the power to dominate everything. A half-step great saint was already stronger than him, let alone a great saint. Sensing Chunzong's intention, his Azura clone Chunxiao quickly rushed over from the depths of the void battlefield. Finally, Chunzong and his clone met up at the Demon Essence Valley. There were still many void fiends in the Demon Essence Valley that had been slaughtered. This was a medium-grade danger zone. The strongest void fiend there was only equivalent to a 7th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage. Although it was stronger than an ordinary 7th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage, it was nothing to Chunzong and Chunxiao. They were like ants. After the void fiends were slaughtered, their vitality was devoured by the Nirvana evil sword, and their murderous aura was refined by Chunxiao. When Chunzong stared at the Nirvana evil sword, he could feel a terrifying energy surging within it. The originally ordinary-looking Nirvana evil sword had traces of gray lightning flickering on it. It was obvious that the Nirvana evil sword had recovered more energy after devouring the vitality of the void fiends. Chunzong was also surprised by his clone, Chunxiao's cultivation. Early 9th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage. He had tried his best to improve himself, but he was only at the peak of the 7th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage. However, his clone Chunxiao had already reached the early 9th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage. It was truly shocking. Of course, this was also due to Chunxiao's physique and the cultivation method he cultivated. They were extremely compatible, just like a Tao body. Strong. Chunzong felt that Chunxiao was extremely powerful. Without using the evil eye of Nirvana, Chunzong felt that he would not be able to defeat Chunxiao. In fact, he might even be defeated by Chunxiao. After all, in addition to the great improvement in his cultivation base, his Burning Fiend Azura art had broken through its original limit and evolved to the 31st level. This was the transformation from a Supreme Saint rank to a Peerless Saint rank. It was a qualitative leap. Looking at the current world, every Peerless Saint rank cultivation art was derived from a Peerless Saint rank cultivation art. They were all extremely compatible with the cultivator and were basically unsuitable for others. Hence, most of the time, they wouldn't be passed down. At the very most, only a portion of the peerless Saint rank cultivation art would be left behind. Take Chunzong's Genesis sword technique, for example. When he perfected the 30th level, he would be able to pass it down. After that, he would be able to create the 31st level or even higher. It would be a cultivation method that originated entirely from him. It was as if it had become one with him. Other than him, no one else could master it. However, he was still far from evolving the Genesis sword technique from a supreme saint rank to a peerless saint rank cultivation method. There was no need to think too much about it for now. In addition to the Burning Fiend Azura art breaking through its limit, the Burning Fiend Azura sword technique had also broken through its limit. Chunzong and his clone smiled at each other. Immediately, Chunxiu's clone turned into a streak of gray light. It was like a divine radiance at the beginning of the universe. It streaked across the sky as if it had traveled through time and space. It entered the space between Chunzong's eyebrows and entered his spirit sea. A gust of wind blew by, and a cool breeze was vast. Instantly, Chunzong transformed into a strand of wind that wandered through the heavens and the earth, and he flashed out swiftly with an extremely shocking speed towards the spatial passageway. 10th grade secret technique, secondary divine ability, formless heavenly wind. This was a movement technique, and it was a secondary divine ability that Chunzong found in the secret technique area of the treasure vault of the Dark Heaven Legion. Formless heavenly wind. Cultivating the secret technique allowed one to gradually grasp high-level heavenly wind Dao insight. But if one already grasped the heavenly wind Dao insight before cultivating the secret technique, then it would be even faster and yield twice the result with half the effort. Thus, in a short period of 3 months, Chunzong cultivated it to the initial realm, and it was only a thread away from perfection. But as a 10th grade secret technique, the difficulty of cultivating it was extremely high. Chunzong was able to cultivate it to the initial realm in a short period of 3 months, and it was extremely shocking. The formless heavenly wind movement technique at the initial realm was much faster than the 9th step of the 9 heavens thunderstomp, and the sound was more subtle. It was extremely agile and light, and it had a mysterious charm that seemed to blend into the wind of the heavens and the earth. When cultivated to perfection, it was as if one could really transform into a strand of wind between the heavens and the earth, formless and silent. This was the highest mystery of the formless heavenly wind. Fast, extremely fast. Chunzong chose the formless heavenly wind movement technique, but it did not mean that he would give up on the 9 heavens thunder stomp, a self-created secret technique. It was just that by comprehending and cultivating it, he might be able to better integrate his Dao insight. Arriving at the spatial passageway, Chunzong did not hesitate to return to the Dark Origin world through the spatial passageway, and immediately left. According to the ancient Azura king, the Azura sect belonged to the Dark Origin world, and it was the most powerful and prosperous world among the 9 realms. Naturally, the purpose of Chunzong's trip was the Dark Origin world. Thinking of the Dark Origin world, Chunzong thought of the Dark Origin world, the Taishan Saint Sun, a formidable opponent. In the beginning, he was suppressed by the Taishan Saint Sun. Later on, he caught up, and there was no clear victor. However, at that time, Chunzong felt that if the battle continued, the possibility of him being defeated was not small. In the King Naming Pagoda, he had indeed fought with the Taishan Saint Sun and defeated him. However, that was under the condition that they were at the same cultivation level. In reality, the Taishan Saint Sun's cultivation level was higher than his by 1 heaven. This was a formidable opponent. So far, Chunzong had encountered many formidable opponents, but it did not take long for him to catch up to them. Only the Taishan Saint Sun was like a huge mountain in front of him, and it was difficult to surpass him. Although this trip to the Dark Origin world was for the ancient Azura king's grudge, Chunzong had a premonition that he would meet the Taishan Saint Sun again. This was a feeling that came from the unseen world. This time, it's time to decide who is better. Chunzong said to himself. The light that shot out from his eyes seemed to be able to tear apart the eternal night. It was incomparably resplendent and would last for eternity. Chunzong's departure was very low-key. He did not tell anyone, but there were still people who knew. It was as if thousands of feet underground, deep and dark, deep and quiet. Suddenly, there was a faint, ghostly fire burning, making it seem even darker. Immediately, an obscure and hollow voice sounded. Chunzong is finally leaving the dark origin world. Titled Jiendi, this person has unlimited potential. In the future, he will definitely be a supreme expert like Emperor Lingwu. It's a pity. Chapter 16:18. The Tianyuan sacred region was divided into 9 realms. The 9 realms were not directly connected. There was a gap between them, like a natural chasm that was difficult to cross. Chunzong wanted to go from the Xianyuan realm to the profound realm. The shortest route was to cross the natural chasm, cross the upper Yuan realm, and then cross the natural chasm again to enter the profound realm. It was certain that the journey would be long and time-consuming, and there was no telling how many dangers he would encounter. However, Chunzong was prepared for all this, and he faced it calmly. He only carried a long sword and a storage ring. However, the storage ring contained an astonishing amount of treasures. If others were to find out about this, it was unknown how many people would try to rob him out of jealousy and greed. The natural chasm between the Xianyuan realm and the upper Yuan realm was called the Sunken Bone Abyss. The Sunken Bone Abyss was not a swamp, but a collapsed land that spanned tens of thousands of miles. Countless corpses were buried in the ancient war, and there were piles of white bones inside. Hence the name. The Sunken Bone Abyss spanned 80,000 miles. If one wanted to enter the upper Yuan realm, they had to cross it. More importantly, there was a mysterious power in the Sunken Bone Abyss that prevented people from crossing the void. They could only use their movement techniques on the ground, and their speed would be affected. Ordinary Saint Realm Masters would never be able to leave this world in their lifetime because the heavenly barrier was extremely dangerous, blocking their path. Only the top Masters and Heaven's Prides had this ability, but even they would encounter many dangers, and the slightest carelessness could lead to death. The sky above the Sunken Bone Abyss was dark, like a thick and heavy cloud that exuded an extremely oppressive aura. It was as if the sky would collapse and destroy the earth at any time. Streaks of crimson-red lightning flashed in and out of the thick and heavy leaden clouds like demons, causing one's heart to tremble. Standing at the edge of the Sunken Bone Abyss, Chunzong faced a violent black wind. His expression was calm as he stared ahead. At a glance, the sky was dark and there was no end in sight. It was as deep as an abyss, like the mouth of an ancient demon that wanted to devour the sky. Those who didn't have a strong will would be so scared that their legs would go soft. Chunzong took a deep breath and leaped down from the sky. A strong wind blew past his ears, making a terrifying whistling sound. The wind was condensed into a blade, cold and sharp to the extreme. It rushed up from the bottom and slashed wildly, as if it wanted to cut Chunzong into pieces. The power of this wind blade was amazing, enough to cut an ordinary early Saint Rudiment stage cultivator into pieces, but it was nothing to Chunzong. It couldn't even break through his body fortification. Chunzong's robe remained intact under the protection of his protective power. Leaping from the top to the bottom, Chunzong felt that his body was constantly falling. It was as if there was a force below him that turned into an invisible hand that grabbed his body and pulled him down fiercely. It was hard to resist. Several thousand meters. After falling for several thousand meters, Chunzong could finally see the ground clearly. The ground of the Sunken Bone Abyss was rough and uneven, as if it was about to shatter at any moment. The pitch-black ground gave off a frightening aura, as if countless monsters were lurking there, ready to devour anyone who dared to approach. There were also many places where pieces of gray bones could be seen, adding even more ferocity to this gloomy place. However, Chunzong's will was strong. He He wasn't shaken by the external forces. His expression didn't change at all. His eyes were like the water in an ancient well, without any ripples. His body was falling like a meteor at an extremely fast speed, as if he was going to smash into the ground and shatter into pieces. When his feet were about 1 meter away from the ground, Chunzong's body suddenly stopped. It was as if time and space had stopped. In an instant, it disappeared and his body floated down like a feather. It was only a momentary pause, but the force that collided with the sinking momentum was like an apocalyptic storm that swept out in all directions. It was vast and mighty and seemed to shatter the surrounding space. It directly struck downwards, causing the seemingly shattered ground below to tremble endlessly. Numerous cracks were forcefully split open and zigzagged like lightning. It was a ghastly sight. If it weren't for his tyrannical physique and amazing control of his power, he wouldn't have dared to do this. Otherwise, the impact of that momentary pause would cause unspeakable damage to his body. In serious cases, his body might even be broken. However, Chunzong was completely fine. On the contrary, the impact of that momentary impact on his body only caused his qi and blood to surge slightly. It was like a warm-up. It wasn't a big deal at all. When his feet touched the ground, Chunzong could feel that the ground of the sunken bone abyss was constantly emitting traces of faintly discernible chilling aura. The chilling aura was like a maggot in one's bones. It slowly penetrated the soles of his shoes and seeped into his feet. It then spread throughout his body, silently eroding his body and leaving behind hidden injuries. Chunzong's eyes shone brightly. His tyrannical physique trembled slightly. Instantly, layers of power surged out like a tidal wave and shattered the chilling aura that had seeped into his feet. He wasn't affected in the slightest. Looking ahead, Chunzong stepped forward. The power in the sunken bone abyss was very strange. It was as if there were countless hands constantly pulling down, making it impossible for one to fly. Even one's speed was obviously affected. It was about twice as slow as in the outside world. In other words, if one wanted to maintain the same speed as in the outside world, one would have to expend several times more energy. In here, the qi of heaven and earth was thin and mixed. It was very disadvantageous for qi refining cultivators. If one were to absorb the qi of heaven and earth here to restore one's saint power, the efficiency would be very low. It would also affect the quality of one's saint power and cause unnecessary impurities. In serious cases, it would affect one's foundation and affect one's future cultivation. Therefore, before a cultivator stepped into the sunken bone abyss, they would prepare many items to restore their strength, such as primary heaven elixirs and other elixirs. Furthermore, they would try not to fight here to reduce the consumption of energy. In the end, the purpose of entering the sunken bone abyss was to step into the Xianyuan realm or the upper primordial realm. Although there were some opportunities in the sunken bone abyss, there were too few of them. It would only be more dangerous. Coming here to look for opportunities was not a wise choice. Striding forward, Chunzong maintained an astonishing speed. This speed could not be compared to the outside world, but it allowed Chunzong's energy to be depleted to a level that he could bear. Although the qi of heaven and earth around him was thin and mixed and filled with terrible corrosiveness, Chunzong was not afraid. This was because the purple blaze of devastation could completely purify the impurities, leaving only the purest part for his body to absorb and restore his energy. Although this recovery speed was very slow, it was better than nothing. At least he could restore his energy to a balance. As if he was riding on a cloud of dust, Chunzong's body moved. Like a gust of wind, he flew for thousands of meters and kept moving forward. Formless heavenly wind. This was the most advanced body movement that Chunzong had mastered so far. As Chunzong's body flew forward rapidly, 3 indiscernible figures leaped down from above and landed lightly on the ground. As if blending into the darkness of the sunken bone abyss, they silently chased after Chunzong. Chunzong did not seem to be aware of all this. Crack, crack! As if they had been awakened, the gray bones trembled gently as they continued to absorb the dark energy drifting in the air. As if a large invisible hand had brushed past them, the bones swiftly floated into the air. Amidst a series of astonishing cracking sounds, they pieced together to form giant skeletal beasts. Each of the skeletal behemoths was more than 10 meters tall. Countless gusts of chilly wind gathered, letting out terrifying roars as they poured into the skeletal behemoths' bodies. Suddenly, flames began to burn in their black eye sockets. The flames were cold and suffused with a strange red light, making one's heart palpitate. Skeletal behemoths. This was the special feature of the sunken bone abyss. Once they sensed vitality, the skeletal behemoths would wake up from their slumber and kill the person who carried the vitality, assimilating them into dry bones and sinking them into the abyss for eternity. One by one, the skeletal behemoths formed. Their eyes glowed with scarlet light, emitting extremely cold and brutal fluctuations. Their bodies moved, and they immediately rushed in the direction of Chunzong. They had awakened because they sensed Chunzong's vitality. Naturally, their target was Chunzong. Dozens of skeletal behemoths ran wildly, and with gusts of chilly wind, they rushed toward Chunzong with a terrifying momentum, as if they would not stop until Chunzong was torn into pieces. Chunzong sensed these strands of chaotic and gloomy killing intent sweeping over from afar, and his expression changed slightly while his eyes were suffused with a wisp of clear divine light as he stared over. Skeletal behemoths, Chunzong whispered. In order to cross the sinking bone abyss to enter the upper primordial realm, Chunzong naturally had a detailed understanding of the sinking bone abyss. Therefore, he knew that he would be attacked by skeletal behemoths here, but he did not expect it to happen so quickly. Of course, this had to do with Chunzong's vitality being too exuberant. The vitality brought about by the body refining cultivation of intermediate level 8 of the chaotic heaven realm was truly astonishing. It was this frighteningly exuberant vitality that caused the skeletal behemoths to appear so early. Although Chunzong could restrain his vitality, the sinking bone abyss was originally extraordinary and full of mysteries. Since he had been prepared, Chunzong was not surprised at all. On the contrary, he could face it calmly. Boom! After locking onto one of the skeletal behemoths, Chunzong clenched his left hand into a fist and punched out. This punch seemed to be able to shatter the void, shattering the layers of chilly wind. It seemed to be able to open up a vacuum as it brazenly charged out. This punch contained the strength of intermediate level 8 of the chaotic heaven realm. The fist force was like a dragon emerging from the abyss. It was extremely ferocious and seemed to be able to shatter everything. Even an ordinary 9th level Saint Rudiment stage would find it difficult to withstand. With a bang, the terrifying fist force landed on one of the skeletal behemoths. The skeletal behemoths were immediately shattered into countless bones that scattered in all directions. Although the skeletal behemoth was astonishing, it was unable to withstand this fist force. However, the scattered bones seemed to be pulled by an invisible force in midair. They quickly reassembled and transformed into the skeletal behemoth. Its body rolled and exploded with astonishing speed as it charged forward fearlessly. Can I kill it? Chunzong narrowed his eyes slightly. Immediately after, the purple horizon incineration fire spread to his left hand. His 5 fingers burned and instantly released an extremely blazing aura that seemed to be able to incinerate the void and turn everything into ashes. Boom! Chapter 16:19. Mixed Iron Forging Hands. Fist force pierced through the air. The power of the purple universe incineration flame spread out. This attack was like a heavenly fire breaking through the sky as it blasted out. The incomparably terrifying power immediately caused the air to explode, emitting waves of scorching heat. It was as if space itself was being scorched. Like a blazing meteor, it directly struck the body of a huge skeletal beast. The void trembled. The skeletal behemoth, which was enormous in size and powerful in speed, had no time to dodge. It had no intention of dodging at all. It collided head-on. Like the beating of a giant drum, it rumbled in all directions, and the momentum was extremely vast. The 10-meter-long skeletal beast was instantly sent flying, but it wasn't destroyed. However, the terrifying fist force mixed with the blazing heat and the power of the purple horizon incineration fire instantly engulfed the skeletal beast, burning it fiercely. The purple world-destroying fire was currently at the 5th grade level. It was very difficult to upgrade it, but its power was not lacking at all. In particular, its purifying ability was amazing. The skeletal behemoth, which was originally difficult to kill, was truly killed by that blow. It turned into a pile of charred bones and scattered on the ground. Boom, 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 boom. The tyrannical power of a middle-stage Level 8 chaotic heaven realm constantly erupted. Blow after blow, the power was extremely shocking. Every punch was like a flying meteor, piercing through the void and shattering everything in all directions. Dozens of skeletal behemoths were sent flying. Their bodies burned with a layer of black flames, and they struggled constantly. The scarlet light in their eyes dimmed, and their bones were charred and scattered on the ground, emitting an ash-like aura of destruction. The skeletal behemoths were indeed difficult to deal with, but that was only for ordinary practitioners. For Chunzong, dozens of skeletal behemoths were nothing. At most, they were just a warm-up. Dozens of skeletal behemoths were killed by Chunzong, but more skeletal behemoths appeared. There were hundreds of them, charging from all directions. Their terrifying aura surged in the air, causing the atmosphere to become more chaotic. Chunzong looked solemn, but he had no intention of continuing the fight. His goal was to cross the sunken bone abyss, not to kill the skeletal behemoths. It seemed that he was just testing the skeletal behemoth's strength out of curiosity. Using the formless sky wind body art, Chunzong's speed was astonishing. Like a gust of wind, he flew across several thousand meters in a flash. Hundreds of skeletal behemoths chased after him. More skeletal behemoths were awakened by Chunzong's amazing vitality and joined the chase. More and more skeletal behemoths joined the chase, and gradually, more than 1,000 skeletal behemoths joined the chase. The giant skeletal behemoths were not weak. When their numbers reached a certain level, the power they could unleash was terrifying. Even Chunzong's expression turned solemn. 3 indistinct silhouettes shuttled through the void of the sunken bone abyss. It was unknown what method they had used to conceal their aura completely. Even the sunken bone abyss could not sense their life force fluctuations and did not attract the attention of the skeletal behemoths. Seeing that thousands of bone behemoths had locked on a Chunzong, the 3 of them wore gloomy expressions. "I wonder if the skeletal behemoth can kill him," one of the figures asked. "It's best if he can be killed, so that we don't have to do anything. Whether the skeletal behemoth can kill him or not, he has to die." The 3 of them had a short conversation and did not continue. However, their determination to kill Chunzong was obvious. The momentum of the thousands of skeletal behemoths' charge was boundless and terrifying. Dust and smoke billowed as if countless evil dragons were roaring. Their killing intent filled the air as if they could tear apart everything in the world. If an ordinary Ninth Heaven Saint Rudiment Stage cultivator were to face such a force, their expression would change drastically. They would not be able to resist at all. Although Chunzong's strength was stronger than an ordinary Ninth Heaven Saint Rudiment Stage cultivator, he was unwilling to fight the thousands of skeletal behemoths. After all, his goal was not to fight, but to cross the sunken bone abyss and enter the upper origin realm. The environment of the sunken bone abyss was not beneficial to cultivators. Fighting too much would not be beneficial. Chunzong's speed was fast, but he was limited by the sunken bone abyss. On the other hand, the skeletal behemoths were not. For a moment, Chunzong was unable to shake off the skeletal behemoths. It was as if the skeletal behemoths were furious that they could not catch up to Chunzong. It was as if the will of the sunken bone abyss had awakened. The terrifying aura was vast and mighty, capable of toppling mountains and overturning seas. One after another, the skeletal behemoths collided with each other. However, they did not shatter. Instead, strange changes occurred. The sound of cracking could be heard continuously. The colliding skeletal behemoths gradually merged together, and the aura became more intense and terrifying. In the blink of an eye, the skeletal behemoths that were more than 100 meters in size appeared one after another. The aura they exuded was many times stronger than before. Every bone in their bodies had become thicker and stronger. Dong dong dong. When the skeletal behemoths ran, their huge size and shocking weight caused the ground to tremble. Layers of ripples spread out in all directions like raging waves. It was a shocking sight. Shenzong was horrified by the aura they exuded. Thousands of skeletal behemoths formed into dozens of skeletal behemoths, which were even more terrifying. Although they were bigger and heavier, their speed did not decrease. Instead, it increased, and they gradually closed in on Shenzong. The terrifying aura was so oppressive that Shenzong's body sank slightly. It was as if he was being suppressed by a mountain. Roar! The terrifying roar shook the heavens and the earth. Immediately, the skeletal behemoths opened their skeletal mouths one after another. Gusts of chilly wind swirled out like whirlpools, filling the air with an extremely terrifying aura. Immediately, gusts of chilly wind rushed out, as if they could shatter the void. They blasted toward Shenzong fiercely, as if they wanted to smash Shenzong into pieces. Shenzong's figure flickered like a wisp of wind as he dodged one attack after another. Every single attack struck the ground and instantly exploded apart, causing numerous shocking trenches and craters to be blasted open, and it was a horrifying sight. The pressure increased dramatically. Shenzong looked solemn. However, he still did not intend to fight the skeletal behemoths. It would be disadvantageous to him. In the sunken bone abyss, it was better to consume as little energy as possible. 3 indistinct figures kept following him at an astonishing speed. They did not make a sound. The skeletal behemoth's transformation had also left them flabbergasted. However, it was fortunate that they had concealed their life force completely, so they were unable to sense it at all. Thus, they did not provoke the skeletal behemoth's attack. Shenzong was very fast, but the skeletal behemoths gradually caught up with him. Shenzong had no choice but to launch an attack. Mixed iron forging hands. This extremely powerful attack was enough to kill the skeletal behemoths. However, when it hit the 100-meter-long skeletal behemoth, Shenzong found that it only pushed the skeletal behemoth back but did not kill it. A tyrannical force rebounded and attacked, causing his arm to tremble incessantly. Be it in terms of strength or hardness, Shenzong found that this skeletal behemoth was much stronger than the skeletal behemoths he had encountered before. His powerful strike had only left a deep mark on its bones and shattered them. It was not that he could not kill it, but that he had to use more strength and means. Killing the skeletal behemoth would not bring him any benefits, so there was no need to waste his strength. Shenzong thought so, but the skeletal behemoths did not think so. They kept chasing after Shenzong and kept releasing powerful attacks to bombard Shenzong. They wanted to smash Shenzong into pieces. The ground was shattered and trenches crisscrossed. It was a shocking sight. Shenzong performed the formless wind body movement to the extreme. He did not hold back at all. His body was light and agile. His breathing was subtle, and his trajectory was unpredictable. Gradually, Shenzong also fell into the encirclement of the skeletal beasts. He frowned slightly. It seemed that it would be difficult for him to leave. He could only fight. After making up his mind, Shenzong raised his eyebrows slightly. It was as if the edge of a sword had been lifted. Traces of extremely sharp light immediately shot out from the depths of his eyes, as if a divine sword had awakened from a deep slumber. The sunken knight's sword was suddenly unsheathed, bringing with it a touch of black brilliance. It was so dark that it was intoxicating and palpitating. The sharpness of an elite ninth-grade divine weapon was displayed. It was fine if he did not use the sword, but once he did, it was an infinite sword. Countless pitch-black sword lights filled the air. It was as if the darkest and deepest paper fan in the world was slowly opening. It was pitch black, but there was a mysterious mystery of picturesque mountains and rivers. In an instant, the sword attack was launched. It was as if countless sword lights covered the sky and the earth. The picturesque mountains and rivers were intoxicating. The folding fan overlapped, and the picture scroll rolled up again. Countless pitch-black sword lights gathered into one. That sword light was not majestic at all, but it was also not refined. It was as if the countless sword lights had not gathered together, but had instead disappeared like illusions, leaving behind only one last sword light. However, the power contained within this sword light was extremely tyrannical. Infinite sword. After many battles, after many comprehensions and improvements, the power of the infinite sword chain had been constantly improved. Even the three unique skills had become more powerful and amazing. Now, when he used it, not only was it mysterious, but its power was also much stronger than before. The pitch-black sword light seemed ordinary, but it was full of amazing mystery. It drew a mysterious trajectory, as if it was in accordance with some kind of truth and fluctuation between heaven and earth. Kill. The void was torn apart, and a vacuum passage was drawn. It seemed to be extremely dark, but also extremely bright. The skeletal behemoth's bones, which were so hard that they could withstand a powerful blow from the mixed-element iron-forging hand, were immediately pierced by the pitch-black sword light. It was irresistible. It was indestructible. This sword attack shocked the three figures who were following Chunzong in the distance. Their eyelids could not help but twitch. Originally, when they saw Chunzong's body-tempering strength, they felt that he was very strong. However, they did not take it to heart. With that kind of strength, he would not be able to withstand the assassination of the three of them. But now, the power that burst forth from Chunzong's sword made them feel very surprised. It was a very terrifying sword. He is indeed a peerless genius who was recognized by the king naming pagoda and given the title of Jiandi. His swordsmanship is indeed terrifying. In a one-on-one battle, none of us are his match. It's a pity that he offended someone. Haha, since ancient times, there have been countless geniuses. It's a pity that some of them died prematurely for various reasons before they could display their peerless talents. Now, there will be one more. It's his honor to die in our hands. Chapter 16:20. Your senior sister has taken little Six Dao out to play, leaving Six Dao alone at home. Who can give me a few monthly tickets to soothe Six Dao's loneliness? The sunken night sword shone with a deep darkness. Its brilliance seemed to originate from ancient times and would last forever. The infinite sword shone brilliantly. Every sword strike under the Taichu sword energy technique directly pierced through the skeletal behemoth's incomparably hard bones. However, Chunzong also discovered that piercing through the skeletal behemoth's bones was useless. The behemoth would recover very quickly, and he could not kill it. The only way to truly kill it was to shatter the scarlet light burning in its eye sockets and brain. That was the soul fire. It was the source of the skeletal behemoth's life force. Only by destroying it could one truly kill it. Otherwise, even if its body was shattered, the skeletal behemoth would quickly regenerate. The sunken night sword's blade was astonishing and its power terrifying. The infinite sword was mysterious and unpredictable, and its power was shocking. With a loud bang, the scarlet light in the skeletal behemoth's eyes was extinguished. Its huge body fell to the ground, and the ground trembled. Crashing sounds could be heard continuously. In the blink of an eye, the skeletal behemoth that was more than 100 meters long was reduced to a large pile of bones, exuding a remnant aura of death. Where there was the first, there would be a second. In an instant, 3 skeletal behemoths were killed by Chunzong. Chunzong did not continue to fight. His figure flashed, and like a gust of wind, He shuttled through and quickly escaped. The Taichu sword energy technique was operating at full force, and in coordination with the purple blaze of devastation, it constantly absorbed the thin and mixed yuan qi of heaven and earth from all directions. It purified, refined, and absorbed it to replenish its own consumption. The skeletal behemoths constantly attacked and surrounded Chunzong, wanting to crush him. Chunzong's body shifted, and he dodged left and right to avoid the skeletal behemoth's attacks. At the same time, he would also wait for an opportunity to counterattack. The infinite sword was indeed very powerful, but at the same time, it consumed a lot of energy every time it was used. In a place like this, of course, he would not use his energy if he could. Who knew if he would encounter other dangers besides the skeletal behemoths? Dark winds blew in the vast and mighty sky. Waves of dim aura spread like smoke. Immediately, a sharp and obscure sound appeared. A huge bone claw penetrated through the smoke. It was accompanied by a frightening smoke and a shocking, deathly, still murderous intent. It seemed to have directly torn the empty space apart as it mercilessly grabbed at Chunzong. This claw appeared extremely abruptly and swiftly, and its trajectory was extremely profound. It seemed to be simple, yet when it descended from the sky, it seemed as if it covered an entire area of the heavens and the earth, causing Chunzong to have nowhere to hide. Chunzong's expression did not change, but there was a serious look in his eyes. This claw was very strong and very exquisite. He slashed out with his sword, but the extremely powerful sword light was smashed. The claw arrived with endless smoke. Chunzong was hit directly, and the void around him seemed to have cracked open inch by inch. The incomparably powerful force even sent Chunzong flying backwards, as if he had suffered an incomparably strong blow. But Chunzong's body was mysterious. With the help of the tyrannical force of this attack, he turned the impossible into the possible. He quickly shuttled out of the siege of several skeletal behemoths. His speed was even more amazing. Suddenly, a ray of light, so small that it was difficult to distinguish, shot out from the void. That ray of light was extremely dark, and it emitted a breathtaking aura fluctuation. Its killing intent was extremely restrained. Chunzong's expression changed, and his pupils shrank to the size of needles in an instant. Assassination. It came so suddenly, and there was no warning at all. Chunzong was shocked, but his reaction was extremely fast. He used his body movement, and his body moved 3 inches in the air out of thin air, narrowly avoiding that ray of light. Traces of gloomy coldness flew past his ears, as if countless ice needles were stabbing into his mind, causing Chunzong to feel waves of stabbing pain. It was just a brush by him, and it was already so painful. If he had been hit directly, he did not know what would have happened. However, the crisis was not over yet. That attack was just the prelude to the assassination. A ray of dark saber light flashed out of the void, and it fell from the sky behind Chunzong. It was silent, but it seemed to be able to split open the deepest level of hell and fall into eternal oblivion. Then a ray of extremely deep sword light also silently broke through the sky from below, as if it was going to pierce the sky. It was an assassination. It had come so suddenly, and it was linked in succession. They had calculated and grasped all of Chunzong's dodging paths and reactions, and they wanted to kill Chunzong in an instant. Thinking fast, Chunzong reacted in an instant. Although he did not know who wanted to kill him, this assassination method was obviously very clever. It was definitely an expert who was good at assassination, and it was not just one, but 3. 3 experts who were good at assassination joined forces to deal with him. It was fine if they did not make a move, but once they made a move, it was a killer move that was linked together, as if they had calculated everything clearly. These 3 assassins have been following him since he left the Xinyuan realm. It was no wonder that he felt something was wrong along the way. It was a premonition that originated from the heart sword. Chunzong originally thought that it was the danger in the sunken bone abyss that gave him this premonition, but he did not expect that he was wrong. The real premonition of danger came from these three assassins. But now, the three assassins had already made their move. Chunzong was no longer afraid, because the premonition of danger in his mind was no longer as strong. The unknown always made people more worried. Myriad streams, force field. In an instant, the force field spread out, covering all directions. The heart domain also spread out, covering all directions. It overlapped with the myriad stream's force field, greatly increasing its power. Chunzong had already cultivated the myriad stream's force field to the great accomplishment realm. He released thousands of torrents in an instant. These thousands of torrents were divided under Chunzong's control. A portion of the torrents rushed in all directions towards the three assassins, while the other portion rushed towards Chunzong himself. The three assassins were very secretive, but Chunzong's heart domain was even more powerful. It directly locked onto the three assassins' bodies, and the torrents rushed towards them. The three assassins' attack was so sudden that they thought they could kill Chunzong in one blow. After all, they had a good understanding of Chunzong and had been constantly observing Chunzong's various habits and reactions. They thought they had already grasped the situation and had seized the best moment to strike. Unexpectedly, Chunzong was indeed amazing. He actually managed to dodge the three assassins' joint attack. Jiandi was indeed worthy of its name. However, since they had already made their move, there was no reason for them to give up. Since the assassination failed, they would kill him by force. In an instant, the three assassins spread out and surrounded Chunzong in a triangular formation. Each of them had a 9th-level Saint Rudiment Stage cultivation base, and their strength was much stronger than ordinary 9th-level Saint Rudiment Stage powerhouses. When they joined forces, it was even more shocking. However, Chunzong's reaction was faster. In an instant, the myriad stream's force field and heart domain covered the three assassins at the same time, causing their bodies to tremble slightly. The power of the myriad stream's force field at the great accomplishment realm doubled under the support of the heart domain. Although the three assassins had a good understanding of Chunzong and had observed him for a long time along the way, they had grasped a lot of information about Chunzong. However, for a peerless monster, he was improving every moment. Moreover, Chunzong would not reveal his full strength in front of so many people most of the time. It was necessary to conceal some of his strength because the world of cultivation was fickle and cruel. If he did not hold back, he would be completely exposed and die. The moment their bodies were bound by the impact, the three assassins immediately realized something was wrong. Their target was much more difficult to deal with than they had imagined. Chunzong did not show any mercy when he attacked. The deep night sword tore through the sky with a pitch-black light. It was dark and deep. If they wanted to kill him, they would have to be prepared to be killed by him. Chunzong never knew what it meant to show mercy when facing his enemies. The strength he had held back also erupted at this moment. Kill. Infinite sword. With the help of the myriad stream's force field, the speed of this sword attack was even faster. It was merciless and filled with killing intent. The endless black sword light was extremely dazzling. It was as enchanting as a painting between heaven and earth. As soon as it was unfurled, one could not help but be intoxicated. However, the three assassins' willpower was incomparably strong. They reacted in an instant. However, their reaction was still a little slower since they were bound by the myriad stream's force field and heart domain. In a battle of life and death, a slight difference in time was an eternal farewell. Countless pitch-black sword light condensed into one and shot out as if it had pierced through time and space. It directly pierced through one of the assassins. The extremely terrifying sword Qi exploded in his body and wreaked havoc. It crazily strangled and killed him directly. The other two assassins also broke free from the binding of the heart domain and myriad stream's force field. They exploded with astonishing power and killing intent and attacked Chunzong from the left and right. Although their companion was killed, it did not affect their strength at all. As an assassin, one had to learn to face everything calmly and not allow any external interference. Only then could one unleash one's strength to the extreme. After killing one, there were only two left. They were even less of a threat. Immediately, Chunzong's eyes became dark and deep in an instant. It was as if even the whites of his eyes were swallowed by the dark light. They emitted an extremely mysterious and deep brilliance, like the demonic abyss eye. No one dared to look at him directly. There seemed to be a wisp of dim light shooting out from Chunzong's pitch-black eyes and into the void. One of the assassins only felt his vision blur. Immediately, his spirit sea seemed to be invaded by an external force. His soul also trembled at that moment and felt his consciousness become a little blurry. Not good. An extremely strong sense of danger suddenly exploded from the deepest part of his heart. This assassin was very experienced and realized that he had fallen into a trap. But when he got rid of this feeling, a pitch-black sword light pierced through the air and attacked him. Explode. But it was too late. The sword pierced through him, and his consciousness became blurry again. Two of the three assassins were dead. Only one was left. This assassin also realized that things were not good. The target's strength was stronger than what he had investigated and observed. Moreover, he had more tricks up his sleeve. At least in the investigation, the target did not have such a method that directly targeted the soul consciousness. But now he had. Either he had been hiding it before, or he had only recently mastered it. No matter which it was, in short, it was an unexpected target full of uncertainty. His strength was still very strong. Run. As an assassin, his purpose was naturally to kill, but it did not mean that he wanted to die in the hands of others. If he could live, who would want to die? An assassin was also a human. Chapter 16:21. Dozens of giant skeletal behemoths, each more than 100 meters in size, roared and attacked. In the sky, a huge bone claw seemed to break through the heavy fog, outlining an incomparably mysterious trajectory. It grabbed in the air and attacked head-on, leaving shocking scratches in the void. The third killer's figure flashed, as if he had escaped into the void. He flew forward at an astonishing speed, trying to escape from this place. There was no breath of vitality coming out of his body, so he did not attract the giant skeletal behemoth siege. However, Chunzong was facing the attacks of many giant skeletal behemoths in an instant, which provided great convenience for the killer to escape. Killing intent filled the depths of his eyes, like a whirlpool, swallowing all the vitality. Chunzong was really angry. The first anger stirred up the wind and clouds. The second anger was full of killing intent. An extremely sharp aura suddenly exploded from his body. The astonishing killing intent was full of coldness, as if freezing the surrounding void. He raised the sunken night sword. An endless sword light, sword chi, and sword radiance bloomed and bloomed in all directions. The amazing sharpness tore through everything. Heaven and earth. Line. Slash. Countless sword lights, sword chi, and sword radiance gathered together in an instant. It was as if 10,000 swords had returned to their origin. They all fused into the deep night sword. The deep night sword became even darker, as if it had transformed into an eternal black radiance that traversed the void. It was as if it had been refined into a dark, scorching sun. The sword fell, and a wisp of black sword radiance like a silk thread tore through the void and broke out. Although it was only as thin as a hair, so insignificant and inconspicuous, it was extremely dazzling. As the sword came out, the originally dim light suddenly became even dimmer, as if dusk had fallen into the night. However, the filament-like black sword radiance seemed to be bursting with countless fine lights. The deep fine lights were like the color of the void of the universe. The sword seemed to have cut open heaven and earth, as if it had opened heaven and earth. The huge claw in the air emitted an incomparably scorching and cold, killing intent. The heat seemed to be able to burn heaven and earth, and the coldness seemed to be able to freeze everything. This attack was intended to kill Chunzong. Compared to the giant claw, the pitch-black sword light seemed so tiny. However, the tiny sword light was incomparably dazzling. It became darker and brighter, as if the darkness was about to turn into light. In the void, there seemed to be the sound of zither strings being stretched taut. The pitch-black sword thread cut into the huge bone claw like a hot knife through butter, cutting it open, and continued to advance. This sword seemed to have the meaning of being indestructible. All of the skeletal behemoths that were charging at him were split open. Heaven and earth were aligned. The sword that was close to the pinnacle was the fusion of countless sword lights, sword chi, and sword rays. It was like compressing a mountain into a grain of sand. Although its size was infinitely smaller, its weight did not change. Moreover, because of the high degree of compression, it became even harder, many times stronger than before. The sharpness of such a sword thread was unimaginable. Furthermore, it was reinforced by the Taichu sword origin technique's ability to split open the world, making it all the more shocking. Tear. Everything was torn apart. Everything was torn apart. A sword sliced through the air, its speed unparalleled. The third assassin's speed was astonishing, and he used the skeletal behemoths to cover himself. However, all of his efforts were in vain under this sword. An extremely strong sense of danger swept over him, as if a great terror of life and death had descended. It was also as if he was facing the scythe of the Grim Reaper. There was no way to avoid it. The pitch-black sword thread directly broke through all of the assassin's defenses. It cut through his back and came out from his chest, disappearing into the void. Kill! The full force of the sword immediately caused a ripple of exhaustion to appear in the depths of Chunzong's eyes. However, compared to 3 months ago, he was obviously much better, although he still could not perform the second sword in a short time. After taking an elixir to recover his strength, Chunzong's divine consciousness swept over the bodies of the 3 assassins immediately. These 3 assassins had been able to follow him all the way without him noticing their whereabouts. Moreover, the skeletal behemoths in the sunken bone abyss could not sense their vitality. There must be something special about them. Perhaps it was a secret technique or a secret artifact. As expected, Chunzong's divine consciousness swept over them and immediately discovered something. The 3 assassins all carried the same thing with them. It was a round bronze coin. However, it was actually not a coin. It just looked like a bronze coin. In an instant, 3 bronze coins fell into Chunzong's hands. After Chunzong took the storage rings of the 3 assassins, he immediately used the formless heavenly wind movement technique and quickly left. The battle just now, from when Chunzong was surrounded by the skeletal behemoths, to when the giant bone claw reached out from the sky, to when the 3 assassins attacked, to when Chunzong turned the tables and killed them one by one. In fact, it was a very short time. As soon as Chunzong escaped, the remaining skeletal behemoths furiously chased after him. In the sky, there was a cloud of smoke sweeping over, and there seemed to be a huge figure cruising around, ready to attack at any time. Chunzong used his movement technique as he searched for the 3 bronze coins. Its aura was very subtle and almost undetectable. After studying it for a while, Chunzong quickly realized that these were the secret treasures that the 3 assassins relied on to hide their vitality. That was the only use they had. Chunzong infused his essence, chi, and spirit into one of the bronze coins. Suddenly, a mysterious fluctuation spread out from the bronze coin and enveloped his entire body. Chunzong felt that the fluctuation of his vitality was completely restrained. This kind of restraint was different from his own. It was a kind of restraint that was close to withering away, like a dead tree. The will of the sunken bone abyss could not sense it at all. In an instant, the skeletal behemoths that were chasing after Chunzong slowed down and finally stopped. They roared in confusion, as if they were wondering why their target had suddenly disappeared. The huge figure cruising in the smoke in the sky was also puzzled. After a pause, the smoke gradually dissipated until it completely disappeared. Unable to find their target, the dozens of skeletal behemoths also quieted down. They turned back into countless bones and fell to the ground. Gradually, they dove into the ground of the sunken bone abyss. Everything returned to normal. In fact, Chunzong did not go far. He stood hundreds of meters away and stared at all this. He was secretly amazed. He did not expect there to be such a secret treasure that could make one's vitality wither away. However, this kind of wither was not real, but a kind of confusion. The skeletal behemoths locked onto their targets by sensing their vitality because they were inanimate objects. If they could not sense any vitality, they would become blind and unable to chase after Chinzong. The copper coin was indeed a good artifact, but it had a lot of limitations. After all, it could only disguise one's life force as if it was dead. It was useful in the sunken bone abyss, but it was not so useful in other aspects. It could be said that the three assassins had prepared this copper coin artifact to deal with Chinzong. However, they did not expect that Chinzong would kill them, and the treasure would fall into the hands of Chinzong. It would be helpful for Chinzong to cross the sunken bone abyss. With this secret treasure in hand, Chinzong should be able to cross the sunken bone abyss safely. There were many dangers in the sunken bone abyss, but the most obvious one was the skeletal behemoths. Other dangers could only be encountered if one was unlucky. Most of the time, Chinzong's luck would be good. The sinking bone abyss was 80,000 kilometers in length, and although it was not small, it was still not large for a powerful Saint Realm cultivator. After getting rid of the skeletal beast's interference, Chinzong used his movement technique to move forward quickly while circulating the primordial sword origin technique with all his might to refine the heaven and earth essence chi and elixir energy in the outside world to replenish the energy he had consumed. He hurried forward with all his might, but at the same time, he was also on the lookout for possible dangers. To Chinzong's surprise, the power of the bronze coin was not permanent. When he had crossed less than half of the sunken bone abyss, it was depleted. Fortunately, he still had two more, so he immediately activated one of them. This secret treasure was a one-time use item that could only be used for a short period of time. The three assassins' goal was not to cross the sunken bone abyss, but to kill Chinzong in the sunken bone abyss. Chinzong kept moving forward at high speed. When he replaced the third bronze coin, he was not far from crossing the sunken bone abyss. Gradually, Chinzong saw a silhouette in front of him. It seemed to be a very tall mountain wall. From afar, it was pitch black like an abyss. Along the way, they also encountered other dangers. However, they relied on their own abilities to safely pass through them without any injuries. When he was about 100 miles from the end, the power of the bronze coin was exhausted. Chinzong's vitality was astonishing. Without the camouflage of the bronze coin, he was immediately sensed by the power of the sunken bone abyss. A chilly wind howled, as if the sunken bone abyss was enraged. It let out a terrifying roar, as if a terrifying will had descended. Suddenly, the earth trembled. Pieces of bones flew out of the ground and gathered in the air, forming one skeletal behemoth after another. The skeletal behemoths were over 100 meters in size. Their bodies exuded a terrifying aura, like a hurricane, wreaking havoc in all directions. The angry roar grew louder and louder, wreaking havoc in all directions. Chinzong's expression changed slightly. Immediately, countless wisps of smoke gathered in the air, as if a giant figure had appeared, cruising around. Murderous intent. Chinzong's hair stood on end when the murderous intent was so intense that it was locked onto him. Holding his breath and concentrating, Chinzong did not care about the consumption of his energy. His speed suddenly increased by a lot, and he flew forward like an invisible wind. Faster, faster, faster. Earlier, Chinzong did not use his formless wind body movement to save energy. Now that he was about to cross the sunken bone abyss, the bronze coin had lost its effect, and he had to face the encirclement of the skeletal behemoths. He had no intention of saving energy. The formless wind body movement was a metamorphosis of the wind from initial level to advanced level, and to complete level. 100 miles. This distance was actually not very long. Chinzong used his formless wind body movement to the fullest. Even though he was affected by the power of the sunken bone abyss, his speed was still astonishing. The skeletal behemoths chased after him, but they could not catch up with Chunzong. The real threat was the figure cruising in the wisps of smoke. It did not show its figure, but it emitted a terrifying, murderous intent. It was as cold as hell. Chunzong remembered that it was the giant claw in the wisps of smoke that had sent him flying. If he had not been strong enough, he would have been killed. A giant claw once again came out of the wisps of smoke. It was like the claws of a dragon. It was exquisite, but it was also filled with a terrifying, murderous intent. This giant claw was twice as large as the previous one. It covered the sky as if a world had descended. Chunzong's body trembled slightly, and the pressure on him increased sharply. In this life-and-death crisis, Chunzong felt as if he had seen through some secret of heaven and earth. In an instant, his speed increased, and his body became lighter, invisible, and colorless. Chapter 16:22. The Sunken Bone Abyss divided the Xinyuan realm and the Upper Primordial realm into two, east and west. The Xinyuan realm was east of the Sunken Bone Abyss, while the Upper Primordial realm was west of it. Chunzong came from the east, crossed the Sunken Bone Abyss, and headed west. Crossing the Sunken Bone Abyss, he encountered many dangers, but they were all resolved in the end. He did not suffer any injuries. Even the formless heavenly wind achieved a breakthrough under the pressure of a life-or-death crisis and was promoted to phenomenal mastery. With phenomenal mastery, Chunzong's speed increased significantly. He avoided the giant claw falling from the sky and successfully crossed the Sunken Bone Abyss. He stepped into the boundary of the Upper Primordial Realm and the Sunken Bone Abyss and into the Wanlai Mountain. When Chunzong crossed the Sunken Bone Abyss and entered the Wanlai Mountain, the giant claw paused for a moment, as if hesitating whether to cross the boundary to kill him. However, it seemed to be afraid of something and immediately retracted. Otherwise, if the giant claw continued to pursue him, Chunzong did not have much confidence in resisting it. After all, the power of the giant claw was too strong, and he was very afraid of it. Stepping into the Wanlai Mountain, Chunzong felt his body lighten. The feeling of being pulled by a force suddenly disappeared. Here, he could fly again. Using the formless heavenly wind, Chunzong felt as if his body had turned into a gust of wind, about to merge with the world. Wind had always been colorless, formless, and formless. The heavenly wind body technique, a phenomenal mastery level body technique, fully excavated, interpreted the essence of wind. Wandering in the sky above the 10,000 crack mountain, Chunzong felt as though he had transformed into a gust of wind that swiftly brushed past. He was extremely light and agile, as though he was unrestrained and there was nothing in the world that could obstruct him. Wonderful. It was a wonderful feeling. This was the formless heavenly wind that had reached phenomenal mastery. Suddenly, an extremely strong sense of danger surged from the depths of his heart, causing Chunzong to stop immediately. In front of him, a sliver of pitch-black lightning zigzagged from top to bottom. It was as if it was tearing the void in front of Chunzong, but it was silent. A space crack. Chunzong's expression changed greatly, and a touch of horror flashed in his eyes. Although the space crack that had appeared so silently was as thin as a strand of hair, Chunzong had no doubt that if he hadn't stopped in time and had rushed over, even with his strong physique, he wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Even if he wasn't directly torn apart, he would definitely be injured. Danger. According to what Chunzong had learned before he set off, the name of this mountain was not given randomly. It was because spatial cracks could appear in this mountain at any time. The spatial crack was only the first characteristic. The second characteristic was the crack. Looking down, Chunzong could see several huge fissures running from east to west, north to south, intersecting with each other. It was as if they had been torn apart by huge spatial rifts, exuding an astonishing chill. These mountain fissures were left behind by the ancient war. From afar, Chunzong could feel traces of a sharp aura, like the brilliance of swords and sabers. These fissures in the imitation Buddha mountain were left behind by the swords and sabers of the ancient sword masters. There were still astonishing saber and sword essences left behind. Only such masters could carry the will in their attacks and survive for so long. From ancient times until now, it had only been weakened but had not disappeared. Feeling the fluctuation of a sharp aura, Chunzong's heart suddenly moved slightly. He was a sword cultivator. The sharp aura in the mountain fissures might be useful to him and could be comprehended. Although the purpose of this trip was to go to the ultimate mystery realm to settle the score with the ancient Azura king and repay the favor of his inheritance, it did not mean that Chunzong had to give up everything on the way. The reason why Chunzong wanted to cross the sunken bone abyss as soon as possible was that there were dangers everywhere in the sunken bone abyss, but there were no benefits. Even if there were very few, and it was not worthwhile for him to waste time looking for them. The rewards and risks might not be proportional, but the mountain of 1,000 cracks was different. It might be worth it for him to stay for a while. In order to settle the grudges between the ancient Azura king and the ancient Azura king, Chunzong had to be strong enough. Although he wasn't weak now, if he could become stronger, Chunzong had to grasp the corresponding opportunity. The hair-like spatial fissures in front of him disappeared in the blink of an eye. The aura that made Chunzong's heart palpitate also disappeared, but Chunzong did not dare to let down his guard. His heart domain spread out, covering a radius of 1,000 meters. Using the formless heavenly wind, his body turned into a gust of wind that blew past, and his perception of the aura fluctuations between heaven and earth became clearer and stronger. In this way, he could detect the spatial fissures the moment they appeared and react in time to avoid being injured. Even so, Chunzong's falling speed was not slow at all. Not long after, he fell from a height of 1,000 meters and fell into one of the fissures. The closer he got to the fissures, the stronger the sharp aura became. This fissures was about 1,000 meters deep. Chunzong fell directly to the bottom of the fissures, landing on his feet. This fissures was about 7 to 8 meters wide and more than 1,000 meters long. Chunzong knew that it would be very difficult for him to create such a fissures. Although he could create a longer fissures, more than 1,000 meters long, it could not be so wide or so deep, and it could not allow the sharp aura to remain for eternity. This was the difference. It wasn't just the difference in cultivation, strength, or realms. The difference between the strongest in the Great Saint realm and those below was like a natural chasm, as if they were two worlds apart. Calming himself down, Chunzong observed carefully. He could see the traces left behind here. The traces were as smooth as a mirror, indicating that the ancient sword was swift and fierce, like a sharp blade cutting through tofu. Squatting down, Chunzong's fingers gently brushed across a smooth spot. Traces of icy coldness spread through his fingertips, with a hint of sharpness, like the remnants of sword aura. Gently twisting, Chunzong closed his eyes. He gathered his essence, qi, and spirit to the extreme in an instant, carefully feeling it. Vaguely, Chunzong seemed to see a strong master wielding a sword, and the sword aura fell from the sky. However, this aura was too weak, causing the image to be extremely blurry and disappear in an instant. Chunzong did not have time to taste anything from it. It seemed that the fissures were not big enough. It did not seem to be made by a sword, but formed by the aftermath of the sword aura's destruction, causing the remnant within it to be very weak. If it was useful to him, it would probably have to be a remnant of an aura 10 times stronger. Without moving, Chunzong flew up into the air again. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his gaze swept across. In his eyes, there seemed to be traces of black light swimming around like fish or snakes. They were extremely flexible and charming. Under the gaze of this pair of lively and charming eyes, there seemed to be wisps of aura in the originally clear and transparent void. The aura was winding and agile. Sometimes it was like a dragon coming out of the abyss, cruising the 4 seas in all directions. Other times, it was like a snake coming out of its hole, wantonly swimming in the grassland. The aura's colors were also different. They were very dazzling, like rainbows, and extremely graceful. They were also filled with completely different fluctuations and had different Taoist rhymes. It was the aura of Tao intent, the mysterious aura of heaven and earth. It was difficult to see the aura of Tao intent with the naked eye, but Chunzong could now, because Chunzong had obtained a 10th grade secret technique from the Xintian Army's treasure vault. Secondary remarkable ability, dark pupils. This was an eye technique, secondary remarkable ability related to the soul. It had a total of 4 realms, and Chunzong had cultivated it to the 2nd realm. After cultivating it to the 1st realm, one's eye power would increase greatly. Once it was activated, one could clearly see the aura in the air, turning it from invisible to visible. Of course, this transformation could only be seen by those who cultivated the dark pupils or some profound eye technique. Ordinary cultivators would not be able to see it. This way, one could more directly see the strength and direction of the aura, and more clearly distinguish its mysteries. As for the 2nd realm of the dark pupils, Chunzong had used it when he was attacked by the 3 assassins in the profound bone abyss. It directly attacked the opponent's soul. Although it could not shatter the opponent's soul, it would cause the opponent to be in a trance for a moment. Once the opponent was in a trance, they would lose perfect control of their own strength. It was very disadvantageous in a battle of life and death. It was precisely because of this that the assassin was instantly killed by Chunzong without any resistance. This was because Chunzong's soul was more powerful than his. In order to withstand the impact of the dark pupils, one would either have to cultivate a secret technique to defend one's soul consciousness, have a secret treasure to protect one's soul, or have a soul that was much more powerful than Chunzong's. However, although Chunzong's cultivation was only at the 7th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage, his soul was more powerful than a 9th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. In fact, it was even more powerful than a half-step Great Saint stage powerhouse. It was just that he was limited by his cultivation base and could not fully unleash the potential of his soul. If Chunzong could become a half-step Great Saint stage powerhouse one day, the power of his soul will be the best among all half-step Great Saint stage powerhouses. Under the gaze of the 1st realm of the dark pupils, Chunzong carefully distinguished the area where the Tao insight aura was denser and observed its direction. Then, Chunzong's figure flashed as he quickly moved forward. There was a spot where the aura was the densest. Following the aura, Chunzong saw a huge crack. This crack stretched for tens of thousands of meters and was dozens of meters wide. Before he even stepped into it, he could already feel the extremely tyrannical aura. The aura was like a sword wind blowing at him like a cold blade, scraping his bones. An ordinary 1st Heaven Saint stage powerhouse would have to use all his strength to resist the power of this sword wind. However, it was nothing to Chunzong. It posed no threat to him at all. In a flash, Chunzong's figure was as agile as a fish as he quickly dove into the huge crack. The sword wind changed direction and turned into countless sword chi that formed a storm. It was so mighty that it seemed to be able to tear the void apart. Its power was so terrifying that even an ordinary 2nd Heaven Saint stage powerhouse would have to use all his strength to resist it. This huge fissure was at least 3,000 meters deep. When Chunzong went 3,000 meters deep, the dense sharpness was extremely shocking. It was as if it had turned into a sword light that was drifting around. The aura that spread out from this terrifying sharpness made Chunzong feel astonished. An ordinary 3rd Heaven Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse would not be able to enter this place. At the very least, they would need to have the strength of an ordinary 4th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. Chapter 16:23. The crack was tens of thousands of meters long, dozens of meters wide, and 5,000 meters deep. Every rock was as smooth as a mirror, and there was not even a blade of grass growing on it. It was shrouded in an extremely strong fluctuation of sword chi. Every inch of the air was filled with an extremely shocking fluctuation of sword chi. as if it could tear everything apart. Chunzong walked. He seemed to be wandering, but in fact, he was observing the direction of the sword chi with the first level of dark pupil. He was carefully sensing it. The fluctuation of sword chi here was indeed more than 10 times that of the 1,000-meter-long crack. However, after comprehending it, Chunzong felt that it was not very helpful to him. It was probably because his sword principle realm was quite high. After a short while, Chunzong flew up into the air and left the crack. Not enough. The remaining sword principle aura was still not enough. The first level of dark pupils swept across, and wisps of sharp aura spread in one direction, as if there was a source. Chunzong's heart skipped a beat. He performed the formless heavenly wind body technique to the extreme, and his realm of heart also covered a radius of 1,000 meters, so he could better detect space cracks that might appear at any time and place. He followed the source of the sword chi. The further he went, the more obvious the fluctuation of sword chi became. Out of the corner of his eye, he also caught a glimpse of the cracks in the mountain. They seemed to be irregular. Suddenly, Chunzong's figure paused as if he was struck by a stroke of good fortune. The gloomy light in his eyes grew even deeper as he stared below. The cracks crisscrossed and scattered, ranging from hundreds of meters to tens of thousands of meters long. They were densely packed, like scars on a mountain. It was a ghastly sight. Chunzong's body trembled slightly, and wisps of extremely sharp aura burst forth. He unsheathed the deep night sword, and the pitch-black sword light was like a ray of dawn in the darkness, spreading a charm that could split heaven and earth. Slash! The blade swung, and the sword light slashed down instantly. The pitch-black light tore the void and fell with unparalleled power. In an instant, the pitch-black sword light seemed to explode, turning into streaks of sword chi that slashed down from the sky. In an instant, the streaks of pitch-black sword light slashed into the many cracks in the mountain, as if they were in harmony with the cracks. He swung his sword one after another, and the pitch-black sword chi continued to fall. Gradually, a mysterious trajectory spread out. It was as if Chunzong had recreated the sword of the supreme swordsman of antiquity times, who had split a mountain. However, in terms of power, there was a huge gap. Chunzong swung his sword several times in a row. He seemed to have gained something, but he also seemed to be missing something. It seemed to be a core, an opportunity. He felt as if he had gained something, but at the same time, he didn't gain anything. Chunzong knew that it wasn't that he didn't gain anything. It was just that the gains weren't directly manifested. It had become a kind of accumulation, settling down and accumulating. Chunzong continued to move forward, following the traces of sword principle in the void. The aura became stronger, and the trajectory became clearer. Gradually, Chunzong saw a dark and deep crack. The crack was like a scar on the earth, as if it had split the mountain into two. Chunzong was shocked. The crack was not tens of thousands of meters long, but hundreds of thousands of meters long and hundreds of meters wide. It was unknown how deep it was. The extremely strong sword principle aura fluctuated continuously from it. Sometimes it was like an aurora shooting through the sky. Sometimes it was like a storm sweeping through the void. Sometimes it was like a raging tide. And sometimes it was like a long river, surging endlessly. Immediately, the sword chi seemed to have turned into a bird flapping its wings and flying across the sky. It also seemed to have turned into a beast moving its limbs and galloping across the earth. Strange phenomena appeared one after another, and it was extremely profound. It didn't dissipate until the strange phenomenon had spread far away. It turned into wisps of sword chi and drifted away with the wind. Chunzong's eyes sparkled. It was indeed an excellent place to comprehend sword principle. He could feel countless mysteries even before he entered it. If he entered it, the mysteries would only be more intense. In the distance, a few sword lights flew past at an astonishing speed. They were incomparably sharp, as if they were heavenly swords. They swept past Chunzong not far away, and quickly fell to the bottom of the crack like meteors. Chunzong also heard their conversation. Combined with his understanding, he deduced a lot of information. It turned out that this huge crack was called the 10,000 Cracks Sword Scar. It was the largest sword scar in the 10,000 Cracks Mountain. It was also called the main sword scar. It was said that in ancient times, a supreme expert of the Great Saint Realm, the 10,000 Cracks Sword Sage, slashed it with all his strength. The Xinyuan realm's records of the Upper Yuan realm were relatively limited. After all, it was not their realm. In addition, it was a long time ago. Shenzong did not deliberately look up the ancient records. He was just passing by the Upper Yuan realm, and the Xinyuan realm was his destination. Therefore, Shenzong did not know much about the Upper Yuan realm. The 10,000 Cracks Mountain belonged to the Upper Yuan realm. As a cultivator of the Upper Yuan realm, he would have a deeper and more detailed understanding of it. The reason why the 10,000 Cracks Mountain was called the 10,000 Cracks Mountain was not only because there were thousands of cracks in the mountain, as Chunzong understood. More importantly, in ancient times, a supreme expert of the Great Saint Realm, the 10,000 Cracks Sword Sage, once attacked an army of demons of the void here. He killed countless demons of the void, and even killed a god-level expert of the demons of the void here. However, in order to kill that god-level demon of the void, the 10,000 Cracks Sword Sage burned his own essence, chi, and spirit to unleash a supreme sword strike to kill it, leaving behind this huge crack that was hundreds of thousands of meters long. After that, the 10,000 Cracks Sword Sage also fell. The 10,000 Cracks Sword Scar was created by the 10,000 Cracks Sword Sage in ancient times by burning his essence, chi, spirit, blood, and soul. It was imprinted with his astonishing will, which was eternal and indestructible. At every moment, sword experts of the Upper Yuan realm would come from afar and enter the 10,000 Cracks Sword Scar to see this amazing miracle left behind from ancient times. At the same time, they would also comprehend the imprint and sword Tao left behind by the 10,000 Cracks Sword Sage in his lifetime to verify themselves. Many sword experts would often gain insights and make great progress in their sword Tao. Their reputation would spread far and wide. If one wanted to see some sword experts, they could also come here. Shinzong's body moved and began to fall. The endless sword chi seemed to have turned into a roaring storm. The hurricane raged as if it was going to tear Shinzong apart. It would be extremely difficult for an ordinary fifth heaven saint rudiment stage to resist such power. One would need to have the strength of an ordinary sixth heaven saint rudiment stage to completely withstand it. This level of sword chi alone was enough to block those below the intermediate saint rudiment stage. It would be difficult for them to enter unless they had some kind of defensive secret treasure to resist the attack of the sword chi. The sword chi turned into a raging storm. It was like thunder and fire intertwined. Although it was extremely powerful, it was nothing to Chunzong. Whether it was the peak 7th heaven saint rudiment stage, chi refinement stage, or the intermediate 8th heaven chaotic heaven realm body refinement stage, Chunzong could easily resist the power brought about by it. Countless sword chi storms hit Chunzong's body as if they were going to tear Chunzong apart. However, they all shattered. Fall. Continue to fall. The power of the sword chi storms continued to increase. It would be difficult for an ordinary 6th heaven saint rudiment stage to activate it with all his strength. Only a mastery saint rudiment stage powerhouse could deal with it calmly. 10,000 meters. This gigantic fissure spanned across the 10,000 Cracks Mountain, as if it had split the mountain into two. It was tens of thousands of meters long and had a depth of tens of thousands of meters. One had to know that a sword slash could split a mountain. The deeper it went, the more energy it would consume, and the slower and smaller the crack would be. Finally, when the energy was exhausted, it would collapse. The difference between 3,000 meters and 10,000 meters seemed to be 2 or 3 times. However, the difference in energy required was more than 100 times or even 1,000 times. It was extremely shocking. 10,000 meters deep felt like they had entered the depths of the earth. When Shinzong's feet touched the ground, He could feel the hardness and coldness. It was incomparably hard. Chunzong stomped his feet to test it. He found that the hardness of the ground was comparable to a grade 1 Saint artifact. In other words, an ordinary early Saint rudiment stage powerhouse would not be able to cause any damage to this place. As for a Transcendent stage powerhouse, they would be directly killed by the backlash. Of course, it was impossible for a Transcendent stage powerhouse to step into this place. Without a powerful defensive artifact, even an early Saint rudiment stage powerhouse would not be able to step into this place. The frigid aura was a remnant from ancient times. After all, the all-splitting sword saint had slain a god-grade void demon with a single slash of his sword. The aura of the god-grade void demon had also been imprinted in this place and spread out, causing the surroundings to become cold and gloomy. Chunzong saw a number of figures moving forward in front of him. Some were moving faster, some were moving slower. They seemed to be constantly moving against the snowy storm of sword chi. Chunzong also took a step forward, quickly moving forward. Step by step, he carefully felt the changes in the aura of the hard ground. Cold, sharp. All kinds of auras were intertwined. After careful observation, Chunzong felt that the sharp aura and the cold aura seemed to be constantly colliding and tearing each other apart. It was as if this was a continuation of the battle between the all-splitting sword saint and the god-grade void demon from ancient times. It continued from ancient times to the present and seemed to continue endlessly. No one knew how long it would last. Perhaps it would never end. In the blink of an eye, Chunzong had moved forward thousands of meters, but he still could not see the end. This crack seemed to have no end. Of course, it was impossible that there was no end. It was just far away. Chunzong also keenly sensed that the further he went, the stronger the sharp aura and the cold aura became. However, the changes of thousands of meters were very subtle. If it were not for Chunzong's incomparably sharp senses, he would not have noticed it. Chunzong also noticed that one by one, they were moving forward with a solemn expression. Their eyes were sharp, as if they were on a pilgrimage. For many sword practitioners, the all-splitting sword scar was indeed a holy land of sword principle. Therefore, coming here to meditate was no different from a pilgrimage. No matter how frivolous a person was, they would be affected by the aura here and become solemn and respectful. Of course, the stronger one's will was, the less they would be affected. However, this was the place where the all-splitting sword saint killed the god-grade void demon and saved countless lives from danger. Those who came here would have a trace of reverence in their hearts. Chapter 16:24. There was no limit to one's steps. The road was calling, but some people couldn't move forward. It wasn't that they didn't want to move forward, but that they couldn't withstand the pressure in the void ahead. Sharpness. Chill. The further they went, the stronger it became. It was unbearable. Chunzong found that those who stopped were all in the early 7th Heaven Saint realm. They couldn't move forward, so they all stopped and sat down cross-legged to carefully comprehend the sharpness in the air. At the same time, they resisted the erosion of the cold aura. Although the sharpness and cold aura were stronger, they couldn't stop Chunzong from moving forward. Those above the early 7th Heaven Saint realm could also move forward. From time to time, some people stopped, unable to move forward. They could only look enviously at those who continued to move forward. They then gathered their thoughts, sat down cross-legged, and focused on comprehending. Moving forward, Chunzong's incomparably sharp eyes stared ahead, and he could see the end of it. That was the end of the 10,000 cracks sword saint's slash. It was like an incomparably gigantic formless sword had broken through the mountain, incomparably deep. Within it, there seemed to be countless rays of cold light flying about, resembling dancing dragons. A figure quickly flew over from a distance. In the blink of an eye, it flew past Chunzong. It was like a flash of sword light piercing through the air. It emitted a shocking sharpness that alarmed the people around. That trace of coldness made Chunzong raise his eyebrows slightly. It was a sword Dao expert. He didn't see the front, but from the back, he didn't seem to be very old. It's the Cold Mountain Sword Saint, Zhao Lingyu, as expected of an expert on the Shangyuan Sky Sword list. That trace of aura is extremely sharp. It's frightening. The Cold Mountain Sword Saint is a peerless genius who detonated the six-colored heavenly flower. A few people who found it difficult to continue forward discussed in low voices, and Qinzong heard them. The Cold Mountain Sword Saint, Zhao Lingyu, the Shangyuan Sky Sword list, the six-colored heavenly flower. It was indeed extraordinary. Since ancient times, there had only been 15 people who detonated 9-colored heavenly flowers, less than 1,000 8-colored heavenly flowers, and although there were more 7-colored heavenly flowers, there were only tens of thousands. Just think about it. Since ancient times, how many cultivators had there been? It was impossible to calculate. There were very few people who could detonate 7-colored, 8-colored, and 9-colored heavenly flowers. Even 6-colored heavenly flowers were extremely rare. Only peerless geniuses could do it. In fact, just being able to detonate the 4-colored heavenly flower was already very shocking. As for the Upper Yuan Sky Sword list, Qinzong guessed that it was the Sword Dao list of the Upper Yuan realm. Only true Sword Dao experts were qualified to be listed on it. Qinzong's guess was right. Qinzong didn't slow down at all as he kept moving forward. When the mid-7th Heaven Saint Realm cultivator was forced to stop, Qinzong was still moving forward. When the late 7th Heaven Saint Realm expert came to a stop, Qinzong continued forward. When the peak of the 7th Heaven Saint Realm was forced to stop, Qinzong was still moving forward. As for Qinzong's cultivation base, it was revealed bit by bit as he progressed. The peak of the 7th Heaven Saint Realm. When the peak of the 7th Heaven Saint Realm expert came to a stop, Qinzong was still moving forward without slowing down. It was very surprising when they saw that the early 8th Heaven Saint Realm experts had to stop, but Qinzong, who was at the peak of the 7th Heaven Saint Realm, was still moving forward. They were even more surprised. Who is this person? His cultivation is at the peak of the 7th Heaven Saint Realm, but he's still moving forward. This person is extraordinary. He must be a genius. This person's face is very unfamiliar. I wonder who he is. White robe and black sword. This outfit is also a genius. Could he be the new Sword Dao prodigy, the black and white sword sovereign, Yao Tianzong? The black and white sword sovereign? Is he the new peerless genius who detonated the 6-colored heavenly flower 3 years ago? I heard that although the black and white sword sovereign wasn't listed on the Upper Yuan Sky Sword list, his strength is stronger than some of the powerhouses on the Sky Sword list. Amidst the discussion, Qinzong was still moving forward. He crossed the mid-8th Heaven Saint Realm line and kept moving forward. The 10,000 split sword scar was a 1,000-meter checkpoint. Under normal circumstances, cultivators in the early 7th Heaven Saint Realm could only stop 30,000 meters from the end of the 10,000 split sword scar. Those in the mid-8th Heaven Saint Realm could go 1,000 meters further, making them 29,000 meters from the end. Those in the late 7th Heaven Saint Realm were 28,000 meters from the end. Those in the peak 7th Heaven Saint Realm were 27,000 meters from the end. Those in the peak 7th Heaven Saint Realm were 26,000 meters from the end. However, those in the early 8th Heaven Saint Realm could take a big step forward and reach 20,000 meters from the end. Another 1,000 meters was another checkpoint. When one reached the early 9th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage, they would be able to take another big step forward and reach the end of the sword mark. The Cold Mountain Sword Sovereign, Zhao Lingyu, had already crossed the 20,000-meter mark and continued to move forward, displaying his amazing ability. This distance was for ordinary cultivators. As for the peerless geniuses, they were not limited by this and were often more outstanding. For example, the Cold Mountain Sword Sovereign, Zhao Lingyu, was only in the early 8th Heaven Saint Realm, but he had already left many in the dust as he continued to move forward. He only stopped when he reached the peak 8th Heaven Saint Realm. He was 17,000 meters from the end of the 10,000 split sword scar. Zhao Lingyu could still continue forward, but he did not want to do so. Instead, he intended to comprehend it first, starting from the shallow to the deep. Once he had comprehended it, he would continue forward. Only then would he be able to better comprehend the profundity within it and strengthen his sword principle foundation. The closer he was to the 10,000 splits sword scar, the stronger the sharpness and chill he had to endure. However, at the same time, the effect of comprehending the 10,000 split sword scar would be better. The fact that someone in the early 8th Heaven Saint realm could reach the peak of the 8th Heaven Saint realm was shocking. However, a white-robed figure with a black sword continued to move forward. 18,000 meters. He was 1,000 meters away from the Cold Mountain Sword Sovereign. However, this person's cultivation was only in the 7th Heaven Saint realm. Even if he was at the peak of the 7th Heaven Saint realm, it was still shocking that he could enter the 8th Heaven Saint realm. After all, the difference in cultivation level was very obvious. Heavens, he's actually at the peak of the 8th Heaven Saint realm. Who is this person? Is the Black-White Sword Sovereign really that strong? When Shunzong's footsteps were at the same level as the Cold Mountain Sword Sovereign, the latter's eyes shone with a sharp light. He stared at Shunzong from the sky as if he wanted to pierce through him and see through all his secrets. "You're not the Black-White Sword Sovereign?" The Cold Mountain Sword Sovereign asked with a chilling voice. "Who are you?" Although the Cold Mountain Sword Sovereign had never seen the Black-White Sword Sovereign, he had heard of this rising star. After all, he was a peerless genius who had detonated the six-colored heavenly flower. He had also detonated the six-colored heavenly flower, so he was confident that he was not inferior to the Black-White Sword Sovereign. Shunzong's cultivation level was at the peak of the 7th Heaven Saint realm, but he was able to stand on equal footing with him. Even the peerless geniuses who were ranked at the top of the six-color monarch bestowment tablet would not be able to achieve this unless they had some kind of secret treasure. At the very least, he could detonate the seven-colored heavenly flower with his own abilities. However, this person looked unfamiliar. Was he not a cultivator from the Upper Yuan realm? As the Cold Mountain Sword Sovereign spoke, sharp gazes fell on Shunzong's face. They were curious, as if they wanted to see through him. However, Shunzong ignored the Cold Mountain Sword Sovereign as if he had not heard the question. Did Shunzong not hear it? Of course he did. The voice was so loud that Shunzong was not deaf, so he naturally heard it clearly. However, the Cold Mountain Sword Sovereign's tone was very sharp. It even contained a kind of questioning and was not friendly. Shunzong had never liked to pay attention to unfriendly people. If they were an enemy, he would kill them with his sword. The other party ignored his question as if he had not heard it. The Cold Mountain Sword Sovereign immediately raised his eyebrows. It was as if a sword had been unsheathed. His eyes shone with an incomparably sharp light that contained anger. It was as if he wanted to pierce through Shunzong. He was the Cold Mountain Sword Sovereign. With a sword in hand, he had once killed a 9th Heaven Saint Realm expert. Although it was an ordinary 9th Heaven Saint Realm expert, he was still an expert. He was a Sword Dao expert ranked on the Upper Yuan Sky Sword ranking. He had talent, strength, status, and status. However, he was ignored when he took the initiative to ask a question. How dare this brat be so arrogant? Anger spread from the depths of his heart. Strands of terrifying sword intent radiated from his body and swept out in all directions. Coldness spread out like the roar of an icy mountain wind. The astonishing cold mountain sword intent mixed with an incomparably blazing killing intent, like an ancient volcano about to erupt, exploded with an extremely terrifying attack. The long sword at his waist trembled slightly, as if it could not hold back from unsheathing and drawing blood. This extremely sharp killing intent directly pierced through the sky and landed on Shunzong. However, Shunzong did not seem to notice it at all. Although this killing intent was powerful enough to make an ordinary 9th Heaven Saint Realm expert tremble, it could not shake Shunzong's mind. The Cold Mountain Sword Sovereign was a peerless prodigy who had ignited a six-colored heavenly flower, but compared to the High Heaven Sword Sovereign who had ignited a seven-colored heavenly flower, there was still a big gap. The difference of one color between a six-colored heavenly flower and a seven-colored heavenly flower was huge. 16,000 meters. This was the limit of the 8th heaven saint realm. The fact that a mere peak 7th level saint rudiment stage cultivator was able to step into the peak 8th level saint rudiment stage was truly shocking. Seeing that Chunzong had actually stepped into the 16,000 meter distance, the expression of the cold mountain sword sovereign, Zhao Lingyu, became even colder. Shortly after, as his powerful aura erupted, his entire body was like a cold mountain as he tore through the sky with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the cold mountain sword sovereign had crossed 1,000 meters and reached the 16,000 meter gap. This was the limit of the 8th heaven saint realm, as expected of the expert ranked 89th on the heaven sword ranking. Immediately, someone exclaimed in admiration. The cold mountain sword sovereign caught up to Chunzong and caught up to him. However, Chunzong ignored him and did not stop. The limit of the 8th heaven saint realm was not his limit. He could still go further. That was a distance of 10,000 meters, which belonged to the early 9th heaven saint realm. The cold mountain sword sovereign's expression changed again when he saw Chunzong taking another step forward. Playing to the gallery, the cold mountain sword sovereign, Zhao Lingyu, said in a low voice. However, his voice spread out and entered the ears of everyone within a few thousand meters. Immediately, many people sneered. They wanted to see how Chunzong would make a fool of himself. However, there were also people who stared at him solemnly, not daring to underestimate him. Chapter 1625. A buzzing sound reverberated in all directions. It was as if the boundary had been broken in an instant as Chunzong continued to step forward. 15,000 meters. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Obviously, he had surpassed the limit of the 8th heaven saint realm and was approaching the 9th heaven saint realm. His footsteps did not stop as he continued to move forward. Sword Sovereign Cold Mountain grit his teeth and stepped forward again. He still had some energy left. 14,000 meters. 13,000 meters. Chunzong's expression didn't change at all. It was as if this wasn't too much pressure for him. 12,000 meters. Sword Sovereign Cold Mountain exerted all his strength and continued to move forward. It was all for the sake of his pride. The powerhouses who were originally within 10,000 meters seemed to be alarmed as they turned their heads to look. These powerful Saint Realm powerhouses were at least middle-aged. All of them were powerhouses on the Upper Yuan Sky Sword list. Some of them were even ranked higher than Sword Sovereign Cold Mountain. After all, the Upper Yuan Sky Sword list was only based on strength. It did not care about age or talent. In other words, as long as one was strong enough, they could be on the list. Sword Sovereign Cold Mountain, Zhao Lingyu, was only at the early 8th Heaven Saint realm. The fact that he could be ranked on the list was proof of his strength. However, there were many people who were stronger than him. Being talented only meant that one had a bright future. It did not mean that one was stronger than everyone else. Moreover, there was always a better mountain. Sword Sovereign Cold Mountain did have the record of killing an early 9th Heaven Saint realm powerhouse, but it was only once. Moreover, there was a bit of luck involved. 11,000 meters. Chunzong continued to move forward. He was getting closer and closer to the 10,000 meter mark. That was the level of an early 9th Heaven Saint realm powerhouse. Although the Cold Mountain Sword Monarch had also reached the 12,000 meter mark, his expression was grave and his speed had greatly decreased. The pressure brought about by the sharpness and cold here was extremely powerful, already making him feel like it was difficult to continue forward. However, when he saw that his opponent was still moving forward, Sword Sovereign Cold Mountain exerted all his strength and swore not to give up. 10,000 meters. When Chunzong stepped into the 10,000 meter range, the pressure suddenly increased a lot. Countless sharp lights turned into sword chi and rushed madly, as if they were going to tear Chunzong into pieces. An extremely cold and sinister aura roared like a hurricane, crushing everything in its path. Chunzong, on the other hand, was calmly enduring all of this, causing the 9th Heaven Saint realm sword Dao masters present to be astonished, each of their eyes flashing brightly. Secret treasure. This kid definitely has a secret treasure on him that can withstand the pressure of the 10,000 splitting sword scars. Suddenly, many of the experts felt a trace of desire in their hearts. After all, his opponent's cultivation was only at the peak of the 7th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage, yet he was able to reach the early 9th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage. Such a huge leap was extremely shocking. Even the peerless prodigy who had ignited the 7-colored heavenly flower would find it difficult to achieve such a feat. Moreover, since the beginning of time, there weren't many peerless geniuses who detonated the 7-colored heavenly flower. It wasn't that there weren't any young people who could detonate the 7-colored heavenly flower in recent years in the Upper Yuan realm, but all of them were very famous. Sword Sovereign Cold Mountain exerted all his strength, but he couldn't step into the 10,000-meter range. In the end, he stopped at 11,000-meter range. This was his limit. If he continued forward, he wouldn't be able to withstand the terrifying pressure. Even at 11,000-meter range, Sword Sovereign Cold Mountain Zhao Lingyu felt very uncomfortable. He couldn't comprehend it all and could only do his best to resist the impact of the pressure. He couldn't withstand it for a while. Retreat. His eyes were filled with hatred as he stared at Chun Zong's back. Sword Sovereign Cold Mountain could only reluctantly retreat. As he retreated, the pressure gradually weakened. In the end, Sword Sovereign Cold Mountain retreated to a distance of 15,000 meters. Although the pressure was still very strong, it was bearable and wouldn't hinder his comprehension. Young friend, you are very talented. I am the Vast Wave Sword Sovereign. I'm not very strong, and am only ranked 38th on the Upper Yuan Sky Sword ranking. A mid-9th Heaven Rudiment Realm Elder turned his head and looked over. His gaze penetrated 1,000 meters and landed on Chun Zong's face. He was full of smiles and seemed to be very familiar with him. Then, he sighed slightly and seemed to be troubled. I feel that my potential is about to be exhausted, but I don't want to give up. I want to use the mysteries of the 10,000 crack sword scar to break through my own limits and improve on the way of the sword. This shameless old thing is about to make a move. Suddenly, someone sneered secretly. I hope that you can help me. Lend me your secret treasure so that I can improve and comprehend the mysteries of the 10,000 crack sword scar and break through my own limits. I will be very grateful. After some foreshadowing, the Vast Wave Sword Sovereign finally revealed his purpose. Secret treasure. He thought that Chun Zong had a secret treasure on him that allowed him to enter the beginner 9th Heaven Rudiment realm, even though he was only at the peak of the 7th Heaven Rudiment realm. If this secret treasure fell into his hands, he would definitely be able to get closer to the end of the 10,000 crack sword scar and comprehend the aura of the way of the sword more clearly. When that happened, he would be able to achieve a breakthrough on the way of the sword and become even stronger. As for the secret treasure, if it fell into his hands, there would be no reason for him to return it. If he dared ask for it, he would just kill him. It wasn't like he hadn't done something like this before. At the same time, a powerful sword will that resembled a tidal wave burst forth from the Vast Wave Sword Sovereign's body. It was like a raging wave that surged endlessly and rushed towards Chun Zong. The sword was awe-inspiring. The pressure of the words and sword was trying to make Chun Zong submit. This level of sword had reached the advanced level. In fact, almost all the sword cultivators who could enter the Upper Yuan Sky Sword ranking had mastered the advanced level of sword will. The only difference was in their mastery of the advanced level of sword will. With Chun Zong as an example, he had mastered the advanced level of the Heart Sword Dao will. The three ultimate moves of the Infinity Sword Chain were Chain, Infinity, and Infinity. They represented Chun Zong's mastery of the Heart Sword Dao will. The Line of Heaven and Earth was the fourth move, and it was close to the extreme level. It represented that Chun Zong's mastery of the Heart Sword Dao will had reached an astonishing level. There were 99 sword cultivators on the Upper Yuan Sky Sword ranking. They were all powerful and had high attainments in the way of the sword. However, there were very few who could reach the extreme level of their sword will. Moreover, Even if they were both close to the extreme level, the power of the advanced level of sword will could not be compared to the power of the advanced level of sword will. The vast wave sword sovereign was indeed a veteran sword cultivator. The power of his vast wave sword was indeed very shocking. It was like a raging river, and every wave carried with it a frightening sharpness and coldness. However, it couldn't do anything to Qinzong. The difference between the power of the vast wave sword will and the heart sword Dao was very obvious. Even if I have a secret treasure, what right do you have to ask for it? Qinzong's gaze swept across the vast wave sword sovereign as he spoke slowly. Instantly, the vast wave sword sovereign's expression changed. He was even more shocked that his vast wave sword could not threaten his opponent. At that moment, the vast wave sword sovereign was very confused. He did not speak anymore. He could not figure out Qinzong's background. Did he rely on the power of a secret treasure to reach here, or did he rely on his own abilities? If it was the former, it would be nothing. If it was the latter, it would be shocking. The former was more likely, but the latter could not be ruled out. The vast wave sword sovereign did not speak again, and Qinzong naturally did not bother with him. After feeling the pressure from 10,000 meters away, Qinzong's eyes flashed with a dim light. He looked forward and could see the end of the 10,000 crack sword scar more clearly. There seemed to be countless sharp auras circling around. He raised his foot and stepped forward. Everyone was shocked. He could still continue forward. Not long after, Qinzong walked to 9,000 meters and was almost at the same level as the vast wave sword sovereign. Then he walked past the vast wave sword sovereign without stopping. The vast wave sword sovereign squinted his eyes and stared at Qinzong, as if he wanted to see through him. His 5 fingers moved slightly, as if he was about to draw his sword at any time. But in the end, the vast wave sword sovereign relaxed his 5 fingers. He was not very confident. The 10,000 crack sword scar was a test of one's abilities. The level of one's mastery was not the true standard here. Qinzong was able to reach the same level as him, which meant that his abilities were very strong. Even if he was not as strong as him, there would not be much of a difference. If he acted rashly, he would only be the first to do so. The vast wave sword sovereign had lived for many years and had experienced many things. He was already used to thinking and was not like a hot-blooded youth who would draw his sword at the slightest disagreement. Qinzong was prepared. If the vast wave sword sovereign really dared to draw his sword at him, the result would be death. Qinzong would not show any mercy when he drew his sword. Fortunately, the vast wave sword sovereign did not draw his sword at the end. Otherwise, Qinzong's counterattack would be too late for him to regret. 8,000 meters. This was equivalent to the advanced 9th level of the Saint Realm. Now, everyone was speechless and speechless. It was too shocking. It was really shocking. Even though the higher one's mastery was, the greater the difference in abilities, but at the same time, the closer one was to the 10,000 splits sword scar, the greater the increase in power. The increase in power from 10,000 meters to 9,000 meters was definitely greater than the increase in power from 20,000 meters to 19,000 meters. At this distance, Qinzong could already feel the frightening power. However, it was not enough. It was not the limit. Step forward. Step forward. Step by step, his actions affected everyone's gazes and emotions, causing them to fluctuate unsteadily. This made the Cold Mountain Sword Sovereign very jealous. Who in the world could see through fame and fortune? Even the great saints could not. At 7,000 meters, there were 3 sword cultivators at the peak of the Saint Realm. With their abilities, they could actually go even further and reach a distance of 6,000 meters. However, they would face immense pressure and distract their attention. This would cause the effect of their enlightenment to decrease. Qinzong had already reached 7,000 meters and was on par with the 3 sword cultivators at the peak of the Saint Realm. Among the 3 people, one was an elder in a black robe. He was tall and powerful, and his eyes were like a tiger's. Another one was a middle-aged scholar in a green robe. He had a scholarly aura. The last one was an old woman with a hunchback. Her face was full of wrinkles like the bark of a withered tree. Her eyes were cloudy, and she gave off the feeling that she was old and had one foot in the coffin. Chapter 16:26. At the end of the 10,000 cracked sword scar, there seemed to be a huge, invisible, colorless, and formless sword blade. The sword chi it released was shocking. When Qinzong looked at it, he felt a stabbing pain in his eyes, as if he had been pricked by cold needles. Activating the first level of the phantom black pupils, a faint light suddenly filled his eyes and dyed them with a layer of black light. The sword chi and frigid aura drifting in the air suddenly became extremely clear. At a glance, the area in front of him was filled with powerful sword chi and frigid aura. The sword chi carried an indescribable sharpness that seemed to be able to tear everything in the world apart. Nothing could withstand its shocking power, regardless of whether it was solid or void. The frigid aura was very strange. It was filled with a shocking chill and corrosive power that seemed to be able to penetrate and corrode everything. It was chilling. 7,000 meters. Qinzong stopped in his tracks and stared at it, carefully sensing it. The extremely terrifying sword chi and chilling aura continued to spread out from the front. It was so dense that it was like an endless river. It washed over his body. Its sharpness seemed to want to tear his body and even his soul apart. The chilling aura seemed to want to freeze his body and even his soul. However, Qinzong's cultivation was profound and his physique was strong. He could completely withstand this impact and carefully sense it. The frigid aura carried a trace of extremely pure evil chi. Although it was very faint, it was very condensed and shocking. It was silently absorbed by Qinzong and went straight into his spirit sea. It was then absorbed by his Azura clone, Qianxiu, to comprehend the mysteries of the God-grade void demon's power and improve himself. This frigid aura was not beneficial to Qinzong's main body, but it was greatly beneficial to his clone if he used it well. The clone comprehended the frigid aura left behind by the God-grade void demon, while Qinzong comprehended the 10,000 cracked sword saint's remnant sword chi. The three-peak ninth heaven saint realm sword Dao masters withdrew their gazes and continued to comprehend the frigid aura. As long as there was no conflict of interest, they generally would not interfere. Qinzong caught a strand of sword chi and twirled it between his fingers. With his amazing divine sense, he carefully sensed the power contained in this strand of sword chi. Although the sword chi was fine, it seemed to contain a broken space. Inside that space, cracks kept appearing. It was very unstable, and the cracks were shocking. They were like spatial cracks that could tear everything apart. 10,000 cracks. This was the sword chi left behind by the all-splitting sword saint who was a supreme expert in the sword Dao at the eminent saint realm. After experiencing the passage of time, it still hadn't been worn down because it contained the all-splitting sword saint's peerlessly formidable top-grade sword insight. All-splitting sword insight. This 10,000 crack sword was the result of the 10,000 cracks sword saint slowly unearthing his potential from a low-level sword will. Its quality was constantly improving, and when it reached the pinnacle level, its power was completely unearthed. It was extremely terrifying. The wisp of sword chi, which contained a tiny bit of cracking sword essence, seemed to tear everything apart at his fingertips, which surprised even Qinzong. 10,000 cracks. It seemed to be able to tear everything apart. To a certain extent, it had something in common with the origin sword technique. Perhaps, if he continued to comprehend here, he could use the remnant sword insight and sword chi to perfect the 30th level of the origin sword technique. Its power would increase greatly. Time passed by slowly. From time to time, sword Dao experts would rush over from the outside world and enter the 10,000 crack sword scar. They would advance step by step until they could no longer continue. Only then would they stop and slowly comprehend. 2 hours later, Qinzong was still comprehending. He had made some progress, but it was only a superficial one. Then, Qinzong took another step forward. This step immediately alarmed everyone. The three sword Tao experts at the peak of the ninth heaven Saint Rudiment stage were also startled. Their eyes narrowed as a terrifying cold light flashed in them. Who was this young man? He could still move forward. 6,000 meters. Chunzong had stepped into 6,000 meters, which was equivalent to the distance a sword Tao expert at the peak of the ninth heaven Saint Rudiment stage could withstand and comprehend. Stopping, Chunzong continued to comprehend. The 10,000 cracks, sword chi, and the demonic frigid chi here were more powerful and shocking, but the effect of comprehending them was also better. Another 2 hours passed. Chunzong had also comprehended the mysteries contained in the 10,000 cracks, sword chi, and the demonic frigid chi here, further enhancing his foundation. Just as Chunzong was about to continue moving forward, a shocking cold light suddenly shot out from the end of the 10,000 crack sword scar. It was as if a heavenly sword had pierced through the void. Its speed and sharpness were unparalleled, piercing and tearing through everything. When the sword appeared, it had a shocking momentum that seemed to cut through the void and split open heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, it shot out from the deepest part of the 10,000 crack sword scar, piercing through several thousand meters. A dark light flashed across Chunzong's eyes, like layers of black ripples, and locked onto the light that shot out from the end of the 10,000 crack sword scar. It was a sword edge condensed from countless 10,000 cracks, sword chi, and 10,000 crack sword intent. It exuded a shocking aura that was incomparably powerful. It's the 10,000 cracks, sword chi. The eyes of the three peak ninth level Saint Rudiment stage sword Tao masters shone with incomparably sharp light. In an instant, all of their hidden strength erupted. Terrifying sword intent surged in all directions, instantly shattering and dispersing the sword chi and frigid chi around them. 10,000 cracks, sword chi. This was a sword Tao treasure that could only be born in the depths of the 10,000 crack sword scar. It was condensed from numerous 10,000 crack sword chi and contained a strong 10,000 crack sword intent. If one could obtain this treasure and use it to comprehend the 10,000 crack sword intent, it would be of great use to one's own sword Tao. One might even be able to comprehend the 10,000 cracks sword intent from it. The 10,000 cracks sword intent's power had been passed down since ancient times. However, the probability of the 10,000 cracks sword chi appearing was very low. Sometimes, it would not appear even once in a few years. Its value was astonishing. Every time it appeared, it would attract many sword Tao masters to fight for it. However, there were not many people who could compete for it. After all, the pressure from the 10,000 crack sword scar was always there. Without sufficient strength, it was impossible to get close to it. In an instant, the three-peak ninth-level Saint Rudiment stage sword Tao masters unleashed an astonishing aura. They quickly crossed the distance of 1,000 meters and closed in on the 10,000 cracks sword chi. Chunzong also made his move in an instant. The 10,000 cracks sword chi was astonishingly fast. It crossed thousands of meters in an instant and shot out as if it was going to pierce through everything. His left hand was filled with strands of extremely powerful energy. As he grabbed at the air, it was as if a heavenly dragon was stretching out its claws. It directly enveloped a part of the void. His strength was extremely powerful and domineering, but it was also exquisite. It was fine if he didn't make a move, but once he did, he displayed astonishing ability. The 10,000 cracks sword chi was astonishingly fast and sharp. It seemed to be able to tear through everything. It was invincible and unstoppable. However, it could not escape from Chunzong's grasp. His 5 fingers changed, and a tyrannical force directly penetrated his fingers. They were suffused with traces of silver-colored brilliance, and as if the telepathic finger was graceful and agile, it mysteriously caught the 10,000 splits sword light. The 10,000 cracks sword chi burst out with astonishing power. It wanted to tear Chunzong's fingers apart and escape. Chunzong could feel the terrifying power that seemed to be able to tear through everything. It was so close to tearing his fingers apart. Layers of energy surged out and covered the 10,000 cracks sword chi in an extremely exquisite way. It was like a chain that tightly bound the sword chi. It could not move at all. Kid, stop. Junior, let go. The three-peak 9th level Saint Rudiment stage sword Dao masters also rushed forward. As they shouted, they did not hesitate to attack Qinzong. Three completely different but extremely terrifying sword chi tore through the void and shot towards Qinzong. The tall and mighty black-robed old man's sword was as wide as a palm. It was completely black and as heavy as a mountain. When he swung his sword, the shadow of a black mountain seemed to condense on the sword. It exuded an extremely powerful and heavy aura, causing the void under the sword to be suppressed and solidified. The green-robed middle-aged scholar's sword was like a willow leaf. When he swung his sword, it was as if there was no smoke or fire. It was as if the wind was blowing at a willow tree. Faintly, a beautiful picture of a green lake and weeping willow trees on the shore appeared. It contained an astonishing sharpness and killing intent. The thin and weak old woman with a crooked back straightened her back in an instant, as straight as a sword. An astonishing and mysterious aura suddenly soared into the sky from her body, as if it wanted to pierce through the heavens, but it was silent. The ghost head staff in her hand shot out a jet black light with a hint of scarlet. It mysteriously pierced the void and flickered in an instant, appearing in front of Chun Zong's chest. It was silent, mysterious, and difficult to distinguish. It was fine if they did not make a move, but when they did, it was a fatal move. They showed no mercy. In an instant, Chun Zong, who had obtained the 10,000 splitting sword chi, was besieged by three-peak 9th level Saint Rudiment stage sword Dao masters. In the distance, Cold Mountain Sword Sovereign felt very satisfied when he saw this scene. At the same time, he was very surprised because he recognized the three sword Dao masters. Exclamations continued to ring out as many people recognized the three sword Dao masters. Black Mountain Old Man, ranked 17th on the Shang Yuan Sky Sword list. Ghost Shadow Bloodsword, ranked 16th on the Shang Yuan Sky Sword list. Willow Sword Sovereign, ranked 15th on the Shang Yuan Sky Sword list. They were all sword Dao experts ranked at the top of the Shang Yuan sword ranking. Once they made a move, their power was shocking and terrifying. Chun Zong had never taken the initiative to steal from others, but he would not allow others to steal from him either. Facing the siege of three sword Dao masters in an instant, every sword strike was merciless. It immediately put a lot of pressure on him, but it was only a little pressure. Compared to the High Heaven Sword King, this pressure was not enough. It was obvious that the High Heaven Sword King was stronger than the three of them combined. Of course, the High Heaven Sword King was a peerless genius. Although the three of them were talented, the heavenly flower they had detonated back then was only four-colored. They could be ranked in the top 20 of the Shang Yuan Sky Sword list because they had cultivated for a long time and were very strong. Chapter 16:27. The three streaks of sword light were all different, but they were all terrifyingly powerful. Even though they were thousands of meters away, they still sent chills down everyone's spine. It was hard to imagine how that person would be able to survive the joint attack of three experts in the Sword Dao. Yes, reality told them that not only could Qinzong survive, but he could also fight back. Two fingers on his left hand pinched the cracking sword light, and his right hand grabbed the hilt of his sword. The Sunken Knight's sword was unsheathed in an instant, shooting out a sword light that was as black as ink. The surrounding light was dyed in an instant, as if night had fallen. It was just a simple sword move, but it was extremely mysterious. The sword slashed across the sky, as if it was tearing the void apart, and instantly blocked the sword light of the three sword experts. A cold sword light that was like a mysterious blood shadow. A sword light that was as powerful and heavy as a black mountain. A sword light that was swaying in the wind like a willow on a bank. The expressions of the three-way of the sword experts changed. They felt as if their swords had struck an extremely terrifying mountain of swords, and an extremely powerful force surged out from it. The force was extremely sharp, as if it could tear through everything. Exerting force, the Black Mountain Old Man took a step forward, and an illusory image of a black mountain seemed to appear behind him. It emitted an incomparably shocking majesty and heaviness, as if it was suppressing all directions, causing the surrounding space to solidify in an instant. He wielded his sword and slashed down. It was a very simple slash, but it contained all of his strength. It slashed down heavily, as if it was splitting a mountain. Its power was unparalleled and extremely shocking. Chunzong felt as if he was about to be split apart by this sword. A powerful sword expert had fully unearthed the potential of sword will and Dao will, causing each sword move to carry an astonishing will and belief. A sword expert who could be ranked on the Heaven Sword list could already do this. The Ghost Shadow Blood Sword's figure became extremely ethereal, like a ghost silently drifting in the void. The thin blood sword in his hand emitted a black luster with a hint of red, becoming even more mysterious and deep. However, he did not attack immediately, but waited for an opportunity to strike, waiting for Chunzong to reveal a flaw so that he could deliver a fatal blow. Sword Venerable Willow's figure became more and more graceful, like a willow leaf swaying gently in the breeze. He was indescribably calm and comfortable, but the depths of his eyes contained an extremely shocking sharpness that seemed to be able to pierce and tear everything apart. As he stabbed out, the body of the sword rippled lightly like a willow in the wind, and it carried an indescribable nimbleness and profundity. It just so happened that the edge of the sword was shocking to the extreme, and it left behind numerous sharp marks in space. The sword's first attack strength was only 60 to 70%, but the second attack was 100% strength, and it was much more terrifying. Chunzong's eyes were filled with an extremely sharp, cold light. He raised the Deep Night sword and swung it out. Chain! The sword light was endless, like a mountain range stacked on top of each other, interweaving and crisscrossing in all directions. There seemed to be a gust of wind, a torrent, dark clouds, and shadows of dragons and serpents dancing in the air. The power and profundity of this sword was much stronger than before. Even with the Black Mountain Elder and Sword Venerable Willow's full-powered attacks, they could not break through the chain of sword light. They were weakened by it and did not cause any harm to Chunzong until they disappeared. The moment the chain of sword light disappeared, the Ghost Shadow Blood Sword, who had been drifting in the void, attacked. In an instant, a sword pierced through the air. It was silent, but it contained a terrifying, killing intent. It was extremely sharp, piercing through everything, mercilessly stabbing towards Chunzong's back where his heart was. She wanted to kill Chunzong with a single strike. In just an instant, Chunzong's body was pierced through. However, the Ghost Shadow and Blood Sword's expression changed drastically. They did not have the slightest bit of joy because what they had stabbed was not Chunzong's real body, but a lifelike afterimage. A strong sense of danger came from the side. It was cold and eerie, making half of her body numb. The Ghost Shadow Blood Sword's face was ghastly pale. She was terrified. She felt that she could not use the speed that she was so proud of at this moment. She burst out with all her strength. Her body shrank, as if she had become hunched over again. Her entire body became blurry, flickering in and out of existence. She was about to disappear into the void. However, the pitch-black sword light still slashed down. Escape! A hoarse and obscure voice seemed to ring out from her mouth. A layer of blood-red light immediately spread out from the Ghost Shadow Blood Sword's blurry body. It swept out like a wild wave, blocking the Sword of Sunken Knight's attack. Then the Ghost Shadow Blood Sword turned into a streak of blood-red light. It seemed to escape into the void, quickly flying away. What? Old Man Black Mountain and Sword Elder Fu Lu's expressions changed drastically. The three of them knew each other and were quite familiar with each other. They could barely be considered friends. Old Man Black Mountain and Sword Elder Fu Lu also knew about the Ghost Shadow Blood Sword's abilities. Ghost Shadow Blood Escape. This was the Ghost Shadow Blood Sword's life-saving escape technique. It was a secret technique that consumed her own essence blood. It was often used to great effect when escaping. With this ghostly shadow blood escape, the ghostly shadow blood sword had once escaped from an extremely powerful master, and that master's strength was comparable to the top 3 masters of the Shangyuan Sky Sword list. Who would have thought that this time, this unfamiliar youth would actually force Ghost Shadow and Blood Sword to have no choice but to use this secret escape technique to save their lives? It was fine if she did not use it, but once she did, she would burn half of her essence blood. The price was very heavy. She would be in a weakened state for a period of time. She would only have half of her peak strength left. She would need to take pills to replenish her essence blood. Otherwise, there would be side effects after a while. In truth, both Old Man Black Mountain and Sword Elder Fu Lu knew that the Ghost Shadow Blood Sword used to be a beautiful woman. It was because she had cultivated the Ghost Shadow Blood Escape and used it several times that she had become a hunchback old woman. Now that she had used the Ghost Shadow Blood Escape again, who knew how long it would take for her to recover? After the Ghost Shadow Blood Sword fled, only Old Man Black Mountain and Sword Elder Fu Lu remained. They realized that they were no match for this young man with their strength alone. Too strong. This young man didn't rely on some kind of secret treasure. He relied on his own strength. Who on earth was this? How could he possess such shocking strength? He was only at the peak of the 7th level Saint Realm, but he had been able to withstand the combined attacks of the 3 of them. He had even forced the Ghost Shadow Blood Sword to use the Ghost Shadow Blood Escape to escape. They were extremely shocked. On the surface, they were extremely shocked. Old Man Black Mountain and Sword Elder Fu Lu made a prompt decision. They didn't linger in the battle and immediately retreated. The 2 of them used their movement techniques to flee. Shunzong didn't pursue them. Instead, he further restrained the 10,000 cracks sword chi in his left hand until it couldn't move or resist. Only then did he put it away into his spatial ring. Shunzong wasn't sure what kind of treasure the sword chi was, but he knew it would be very useful to him. Since that was the case, he decided to stay here and see if he could obtain more sword chi. Even if he couldn't, he could continue to comprehend them. Under countless shocked gazes, Shunzong continued forward. He was already 6,000 meters away from the end of the 10,000 crack sword scar, which was equivalent to the peak of the 9th level Saint Realm. However, he still had to continue forward. However, this time, everyone felt a little relieved. After all, this young man had blocked the combined attacks of 3 Sword Dao powerhouses with a single sword strike. He had also neutralized the full-strength attacks of 2 Sword Dao powerhouses with a single sword strike. He had even forced a Sword Dao powerhouse to flee with a 3rd sword strike. With such strength, it wasn't surprising that he could continue forward. Who is this person? He's so young, but I've never seen him before. He's definitely not a sword cultivator from the Upper Yuan realm. Could he be from the Supreme Mystery Realm? Could he be a disciple of the Supreme Mystery Palace? The discussion continued. Sword St. Cole Mountain's pupil shrank. He was shocked and inexplicably glad. Fortunately, he hadn't impulsively drawn his sword just now. Otherwise, he might have been killed by this young man. After all, the difference in strength was too great. Just now, the 3 Sword Dao powerhouses, who were much stronger than him, had suffered a great loss, let alone him. Who was this young man? 5,000 meters. Shunzong stopped at 5,000 meters and continued to comprehend. The 10,000 cracks sword essence here was clearer and clearer, and the cold evil chi was more intense. It was more helpful for his original body and doppelganger to comprehend. I wonder what the limit of this young man is. Someone asked the question in their heart. Not long ago, the profound Radiant Sword King set foot at 3,000 meters. I wonder if this young man is comparable to the profound Radiant Sword King. I don't think so. The profound Radiant Sword King is ranked 3rd on the Shangyuan Sky Sword ranking and 7th on the Shangyuan Sky Sword ranking. His strength is extremely powerful, and this young man can't be compared to him at all. The Shang Yuan Sky Sword ranking was the overall ranking of powerhouses, while the Sky Sword ranking was the ranking of Sword Dao powerhouses. There was a difference between the two. Powerhouses ranked on the Shang Yuan Sky Sword ranking might not necessarily be listed on the Sky Sword ranking, while those ranked higher on the Sky Sword ranking would definitely be listed on the Shang Yuan Sky Sword ranking. Of course, those ranked lower would find it difficult to be listed on the Shang Yuan Sky Sword ranking. Chun Zong focused on comprehending the mysteries here, accumulating his strength little by little, waiting for the right moment. Outside the 10,000 crack sword scar, a blood-red light flew out at an astonishing speed, exceeding the limits of many ninth-level Saint Realm cultivators. The blood-red light suddenly appeared in the mountain and quickly landed, revealing a stooped figure. It was the original body of Ghost Shadow and Bloodsword. The old woman's wrinkled, bark-like face was pale, and her eyes were filled with exhaustion, but they were also filled with shocking hatred and murderous intent. Her back seemed to be even more stooped, and her aura had also become weak. Obviously, using Ghost Shadow's blood escape to escape with her life had injured her greatly. Ghost Shadow and Bloodsword immediately took out a blood-red pill and consumed it, quickly refining it. His aura stabilized slightly, and his face didn't look as pale as before, but it wouldn't be so easy for him to recover. Not long after, 2 sword lights flew out from the 10,000 crack sword scar. You also escaped. Ghost Shadow and Bloodsword's voice was extremely hoarse and obscure. This person is too strong. We can't fight him, Black Mountain Elder said in a deep voice with a hint of fear. Chapter 1628. Above the 10,000 crack sword scar, the mountain breeze was cool and refreshing. However, it seemed to have changed into a chilly wind. The chilly chi swept across the sky. Black Mountain Elder and Fu Lu Swordsman's expressions changed drastically. They became extremely cautious. Ghost Shadow and Bloodsword were also cautious, but there was a hint of excitement in their murky eyes. Myriad Ghost Sword King, ranked 4th on the Shang Yuan Sky Sword list, he was extremely powerful and terrifying. Moreover, that ranking was from 10 years ago. After 10 years, the Myriad Ghost Sword King's strength must have become even stronger. He might even be able to enter the top 3. As experts on the Shang Yuan Sky Sword ranking, the 3 of them were well aware of one thing, and that was the difference in strength between those ranked in the top 10 and those ranked below them was very obvious. The top 3 in particular were extremely terrifying, and the gap between them was like 2 completely different levels. Even if the 3 of them worked together, they were still no match for the Myriad Ghost Sword King. Moreover, the Myriad Ghost Sword King did things according to his whims. He was powerful, and his methods were cruel. If one were to provoke him, the outcome would be very miserable. It would be even worse than provoking the top 3 experts. Originally, Ghost Shadow and Bloodsword thought that they would have to wait for a while. Unexpectedly, the 1,000 Ghost Sword King happened to be in the 10,000 Crack Mountain. After sensing that his token had been activated, he quickly rushed over. It was as if an expanse of dark clouds had swept over from the horizon. It was vast and mighty, and it was suffused with a shocking coldness that was gloomy and ghastly, causing one's heart to tremble. There seemed to be chaotic and sharp whimpering sounds coming from the gloomy dark clouds. If one looked closely, one could see distorted faces emerging from the dark clouds, as if they were trying to break free from the shackles of the dark clouds, but were hooked by the soul-hooking chains, unable to break free, and could only suffer endless pain. Old Man Black Mountain and the other 2 felt a chill run down their spines. Joy, circulate, and resist. Just as he regained his clarity of mind, he became even more shocked. Old woman, where is the person you want this prince to kill? That layer of dark clouds arrived and appeared above the 3 of them, releasing an extremely terrifying and cold pressure, as if it wanted to make them fall into a ghost realm. At the same time, A domineering and fierce voice with a cold, murderous intent sounded from the dark clouds, as if an evil spirit was roaring in their ears. Ghost King, that person is still in the 10,000 split sword scar. Ghost Shadow Bloodsword immediately replied loudly and told him the appearance and characteristics of the person he wanted to kill, so that he wouldn't kill the wrong person and lose this favor. This favor was very precious. He had kept it and never used it. This time, if it wasn't for his great loss, he wouldn't have used it. After hearing Ghost Shadow and Bloodsword's words, the dark cloud immediately swept over with a sharp howl that made people's scalps numb and their bodies turn cold. It quickly fell into the 10,000 split sword scar. This time, he wanted to kill. The myriad Ghost Sword King did things according to his whims, but he would also repay favors. Within the 10,000 crack sword scar, everyone stared at the figure at the front. Chen Zong. At this moment, Chen Zong actually took another step forward. He was now 5,000 meters away from the end of the 10,000 crack sword scar, but they didn't know where his final limit was. It seemed that he was going to step into the 4,000-meter area. Suddenly, a cold aura descended from the sky. This cold aura was completely different from the cold aura at the 10,000 crack sword scar. Everyone below felt something and immediately looked up. They saw a large dark cloud descending. The dark cloud was formed by countless cold auras, and there were countless ferocious ghost faces roaring and whimpering. It was extremely horrifying, as if ghosts had descended from the sky and wanted to devour everyone. Who is it? With such power, could it be him? A sword light flashed in Cold Mountain's Sword King's mind, and a name burst out. Immediately, he was shocked. Even though he was the peerless genius who had detonated the six-colored heavenly flower, he still had the confidence to face an expert of the way of the sword like the Black Mountain Elder. After all, his talent was above theirs, and he would definitely be able to surpass them in the future. However, the person who had descended was extremely terrifying. Even if his cultivation was on par with him in the future, he didn't have the confidence to win. After all, this person had also detonated the six-colored heavenly flower, and his ranking on the six-color monarch bestowment tablet was above his. Ranking was a symbol of potential. Thousand Ghost Sword King. This person didn't make a move, but once he did, he would definitely kill. He was extremely vicious and cruel. This Thousand Ghost Sword King had even massacred a city by himself. Of course, he wouldn't massacre a big city. Otherwise, if he provoked a powerful half-step Great Saint expert, he would be seeking his own death. It wasn't his strength that made people wary of him, but his ruthless nature and methods. Normal cultivators wouldn't massacre a city. After all, ordinary people made up the majority of the city. Why did this Ghost King come here? To comprehend the 10,000 cracked sword scar, or to kill? For a moment, many people who recognized the Thousand Ghost Sword King were shocked. Some people who felt that something was wrong began to quietly retreat. They didn't want to die here. Who knew if a peerless monster like the myriad Ghost Sword King would suddenly go berserk and slaughter everyone here? The dark cloud swept across the sky, moving forward rapidly. It seemed that its target was the end of the 10,000 cracked sword scar. Could it be that the Ghost King's target was that person? Thinking of this, Cold Mountain Sword Monarch couldn't help but tremble. There was some indescribable excitement. This person was too arrogant. He actually dared to ignore him. He deserved to be killed. A shocking chill descended. Shenzong also felt it. Moreover, he had a feeling that this chill was directed at him. His footsteps paused. Shenzong looked back. He saw a large, dark cloud of ghosts descending from the sky. It was getting closer and closer. Immediately, a pitch-black figure flew out from the dark cloud. His body was surrounded by black smoke. There were countless twisted faces and countless twisted bodies struggling. It was as if that person's body was a hell, and they wanted to escape from the shackles and torments of hell. A terrifying aura constantly emanated from this person. The extremely cold, murderous intent seemed to have materialized. His eyes were suffused with a terrifying scarlet light as he stared through the void. His murderous intent was shocking. This killing intent directly penetrated the heart and soul. It also contained the eerie feeling of the ghost realm. It was as if his soul was going to be pulled into the depths of the ghost realm and be killed by the evil spirits. This person was indeed coming for him. In an instant, Chunzong understood that this person's arrival was related to the 3 people who had left before. It seemed that he had shown mercy. "You're the one this old hag wants to kill. Stick your head out and let this king give you a slash." The myriad ghost sword king opened his mouth. His cold voice seemed to carry with it the howls and roars of evil spirits. It was as if he wanted to devour Chunzong's soul. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Chunzong unhurriedly replied. He slowly turned around and faced the myriad ghost sword king. Chunzong didn't know who this person in front of him was, but since he wanted to kill him, it didn't matter who he was. He would kill him with his sword. GG, very courageous. Being able to come here shows that your strength is extraordinary. You're a peerless genius. The myriad ghost sword king seemed to be very happy, but his laughter was filled with killing intent and malevolence. This king loves to kill peerless geniuses like you the most. I'll use your soul to nourish my myriad ghost sword. As soon as he finished speaking, the myriad ghost sword king suddenly extended his right hand. Strands of eerie black, ghostly chi coiled around it. It was like a black mist, but also like a black, ghostly fire burning. Soon after, an extremely terrifying howl that seemed to contain the howls and howls of 10,000 ghosts rang out. A pitch-black longsword that was covered in black smoke and burning with black, ghostly fire gradually extended from the myriad ghost sword king's hand. An extremely terrifying aura emanated from the sword. It was as if an extremely blazing cold storm had swept out, wreaking havoc in all directions and traversing the 4 extremes of the universe. Myriad Ghost Sword. Its might had already surpassed the majority of 9th grade Saint artifacts. It was even stronger than many elite 9th grade Saint artifacts. This sword was cultivated by the Myriad Ghost Sword King using his own cultivation method. The process of cultivation was extremely cruel. It constantly absorbed the souls of living beings to fuse with it. The stronger the soul of the living being, the better the effect. Back then, the Myriad Ghost Sword King had massacred an entire city. The biggest reason was to forge this Myriad Ghost Sword. If it wasn't for the warning of an expert that strictly forbade him from massacring cities, the Myriad Ghost Sword King would have continued to massacre cities, killing even more people and absorbing even more souls to transform a Myriad Ghost Sword into a semi-divine artifact. The so-called semi-divine artifact was a type of artifact that surpassed Saint artifacts, but was still inferior to divine artifacts. Although its might was inferior to a true divine artifact, it was much more powerful than a Saint artifact. The Myriad Ghost Sword had already been unsheathed. Its extremely terrifying cold aura became even more astonishing. Strands of black chi swept out like a raging wave, spreading out in all directions. It seemed to have permeated the surrounding space as it pressured Chunzong from all directions. Even from a distance, everyone could feel the frightening cold aura. It seemed to have seeped into their bodies, causing their blood to almost freeze. Even their souls felt a chill. Their consciousness seemed to see countless evil ghosts endlessly roaming before their eyes. It was abnormally terrifying. The old man from Black Mountain, Sweeping Willow, and Ghastly Shadow did not leave. After the Myriad Ghost Sword King had descended, they had silently followed him down as well. They stared from afar. They wanted to personally see the Myriad Ghost Sword King slay that person, especially Ghastly Shadow and Ghastly Shadow. Only then would they feel satisfied. Now that they saw the terrifying sight of the Myriad Ghost Sword, their eyes all narrowed as they trembled inside. The might was just too terrifying. If the 3 of them had been in his place, they would have directly lost most of their strength. They would not be able to withstand it at all. They would probably be slain by a single strike. I think that the Myriad Ghost Sword King's strength is already in the top 3. Sweeping Willow was extremely stern. If the profound Radiant Sword King's strength hasn't increased drastically in the past few years, the myriad Ghost Sword King would have surpassed him already, the old man from Black Mountain said sternly. Chapter 1629. Under the 10,000 split sword scars, tens of thousands of ghosts roared. The cold aura in the air seemed to be drawn in and mixed with each other, making the surroundings even more gloomy and terrifying. It was as if there were countless evil ghosts roaring and roaring in the surroundings, directly attacking one's soul. Under such circumstances, ordinary cultivators would often lose their mind or even be scared out of their wits. However, Shenzong was not. Such evil could not shake Shenzong at all. No matter what you do, I will remain calm and unruffled. The myriad Ghost Sword King's red eyes flashed with surprise, and then his smile became even more obvious. Very good. The more outstanding the opponent's performance, the more interested he was in killing him and refining his soul into the myriad Ghost Sword. His myriad Ghost Sword was still at the level of a saint artifact and had yet to evolve into a semi-divine artifact. It lacked a Ghost King who could command all the ghosts in the myriad Ghost Sword. If this person was outstanding enough, he might be able to become the Ghost King, allowing his myriad Ghost Sword to break through the limit and become a semi-divine artifact. At that time, his cultivation would also be affected and he would break through the limit to become a half-step Great Saint expert. His strength would greatly increase, and no one on the upper Yuan Sky Sword ranking would be his match. Even ordinary half-step Great Saints would not be his match. Thinking of this, the myriad Ghost Sword King could not suppress the excitement in his heart. He activated the myriad Ghost Sword and released an even more terrifying power, attacking in all directions and trapping Shenzong like a prison. Dark and gloomy surrounded Shenzong as the temperature plummeted. The cold and gloomy aura was extremely oppressive. Countless ferocious evil spirits roamed in all directions. Their pitch-black ghost claws emitted an extremely cold and sharp aura as they attacked from all directions, as if they wanted to grab Shenzong and tear him apart. His body trembled slightly, as if a mountain was shaking, and an extremely terrifying power was released in an instant, directly shattering all the evil ghost claws that grabbed him. The might of this power was simply like the eruption of an ancient volcano. It was terrifying to the extreme. What vigorous blood chi! What a powerful physique! The myriad Ghost Sword and the myriad Ghost Sword King seemed to be one. The ghost claw on the myriad Ghost Sword also seemed to be the myriad Ghost Sword King's palm. The power that Shenzong released in an instant was extremely powerful. His chi and blood were extremely vigorous. It was obvious that he had an amazing body refining cultivation. The myriad Ghost Sword King was both shocked and delighted. He had a powerful soul and an extremely exuberant blood essence. If he could refine his soul, he would be able to feed on his opponent's blood essence and directly nurture a Ghost King to sit in the myriad Ghost Sword. It would then transform into a semi-divine tool and nourish himself, allowing him to successfully break through his current cultivation limit and become a half-step Great Saint expert. Kill. The myriad Ghost Sword King became even more determined to kill this person. Since that was the case, he couldn't delay any longer to avoid any more trouble. With a shake of his sword, streaks of terrifying and direct pitch-black sword chi that burned with black ghost fire instantly tore through the air like a storm or a meteor. They carried an extremely terrifying and cold, killing intent as they mercilessly charged towards Shenzong. No one in the outside world could see because both the myriad Ghost Sword King and Shenzong were covered by a black smoke-like fiery aura. It looked extremely terrifying. Dead. This person is dead for sure. Cold Mountain Sword King clenched his fists, secretly excited. Black Mountain Old Man and the other two in the distance were also shocked. Ghost Shadow and Blood Sword King were even more delighted. Revenge would finally be avenged. Shenzong's expression was slightly grave. The myriad Ghost Sword King's sword had arrived. countless ghost fire sword chi were eerie and extremely powerful. It was obvious that the myriad ghost sword king didn't intend to hold back and wanted to destroy his soul, flesh, and blood. At the same time, Chunzong was also excited. This was the first time he had encountered such a strong opponent with mysterious means. Unsheathing the sunken night sword, Chunzong raised it. It was darker and darker than here, and countless sword lights streaked across the void. The sword lights were densely packed and overlapped, as if they were endless. Chain. Under this one sword strike, the myriad ghost sword king's 100% strength attack was weakened layer by layer and finally shattered. He actually blocked it. The 1,000 ghost sword king was slightly taken aback. His cultivation was at the peak of the 9th heaven saint realm, and the secret art he cultivated was a top-grade saint-grade secret art. Moreover, he had cultivated it to perfection. His sword strike with 100% of his strength was terrifying, but it still couldn't do anything to his opponent. With the myriad ghost sword king's eyesight, he could naturally see the exquisiteness of his opponent's move. Kill. With a low roar, the myriad ghost sword king attacked again. This time, not only did he use 100% of his strength, but he also displayed his most prized sword skill. The sword slashed out, turning into a giant ghost claw that pierced through the void. It seemed to tear the void apart, but at the same time, it also seemed to penetrate the void as it mercilessly attacked Chunzong. Layers of flames burned on the ghost claw, burning fiercely. It was extremely terrifying and cold, as if it wanted to freeze and burn Chunzong and destroy all vitality. It also seemed like it wanted to drag Chunzong's soul into eternal hell. However, although this ghost claw was powerful, it couldn't do anything to the chain sword and was immediately weakened layer by layer. Ghost Shadow. With a low roar, the evil ghost's roar became even more intense. In an instant, countless ghost shadows spread out and gathered towards the center, merging into a giant ghost. It stood there, exuding a terrifying aura, causing the chill it exuded to become even more terrifying. The giant ghost shadow was like a mountain, suppressing all directions. The power it exuded seemed to form a force field that completely covered Chunzong. It also seemed like it wanted to penetrate Chunzong's body, immobilizing him. Interesting, Chunzong thought. Although this move did bring him some pressure and threat, it wasn't enough. The intensity of the pressure was still not enough. The giant ghost shadow struck down with its palm, exuding an extremely terrifying pressure, as if it wanted to destroy Chunzong's soul, flesh, and blood. However, this palm strike missed. Chunzong's figure was extremely agile, like a wisp of wind, invisible and formless. Even a myriad ghost sword king's ultimate move couldn't lock onto him. Hong hong hong. It was as if the earth was quaking and the mountains were shaking. Inside the ghost domain, Chunzong was constantly being attacked by the gigantic ghostly figure. Each of its attacks was extremely terrifying and could easily kill an ordinary peak 9th heaven saint realm cultivator, but it couldn't do anything to Chunzong because it couldn't hit him. The myriad ghost sword king's expression became more and more solemn. It seemed like it wouldn't be easy to kill this person. It seems like this king has no choice but to use his ultimate move. The scarlet light in the myriad ghost sword king's eyes intensified as he made up his mind. He had to pay a price to use his ultimate move. Normally, he wouldn't want to use it at all. However, it seemed like he had no choice but to use it now. As long as he could kill this brat and refine his soul into the myriad ghost sword, becoming the ghost king that ruled over all ghosts, the price he had to pay would be nothing compared to the reward. In an instant, the myriad ghost sword king's blood seemed to boil. Even his tyrannical spiritual force fluctuated and poured into the myriad ghost sword in his hand. The myriad ghost sword was like a shark that smelled blood. The aura it emitted became even more ferocious, as if it had transformed from an evil spirit into a malicious spirit. It was terrifying to the extreme, causing Chunzong's expression to change slightly. At the same time, Chunzong became even more excited. Only a strong enough opponent would have value in tempering himself. If the opponent was too weak, it would be completely useless. It's your honor to be able to see this king use this move. The myriad ghost sword king's voice was erratic, but it contained extreme killing intent. It was as if a malicious spirit was roaring in one's ears, causing one's mind to be filled with illusions. Ghost realm. The two words seemed to have penetrated the endless void from hell. The myriad ghost sword king's sword fell from the sky. It was like a meteor burning with ghost fire falling from the sky. The huge ghost fire meteor covered the void in all directions and compressed it, making it extremely heavy. It was like a domain suppressing everything. Chunzong found that his formless sky wine body art had lost its effect at this moment. No matter where he went, he couldn't avoid this attack. Unless he could cultivate the formless sky wind body art to the perfection stage and reach the true formless stage, it would be as if he could break free from the shackles and become unrestrained. However, Chunzong had just broken through to the profound stage not long ago and was still unearthing the potential of the perfection stage. There was still a big gap between him and the perfection stage. What's more, the formless sky wind was a divine ability of the 10th grade secret method. It was very mysterious and difficult to comprehend. Most Saint Realm experts could only cultivate it to the entry stage, or at most, the minor success stage. Only those peerless geniuses had a chance of reaching the perfection stage. As for cultivating it to the perfection stage, it was more than 100 times more difficult than reaching the perfection stage. However, being unable to avoid it didn't mean that Chunzong couldn't resist it. The formless sky wind was only a part of Chunzong's strength. Since he couldn't avoid it, he would break it with the sword in his hand. Chunzong raised his head and his eyes flashed with an extremely sharp cold light. Traces of black light spread out from the sunken knight's sword, making the sword look deeper and deeper. He raised his sword and slashed toward the sky. Countless sword lights, as majestic as clouds and as vast as water, continuously rushed into the sky and instantly turned into one sword. One sword turned into 10,000 swords. 10,000 swords turned into one sword. Infinite. The profundity and power contained in the sword was much stronger than before. The infinite sword technique was a sword technique created by Chunzong. There was no level limit. As long as Chunzong's cultivation continued to improve and his understanding of the sword technique continued to increase, its power would continue to increase and become more powerful. In the future, it was not impossible for each sword to reach the power of the extreme stage. The sword slashed out with endless mystery. Compared to the ghost fire that was like a meteor, it seemed very weak, but the aura it contained was not weak at all. On the contrary, the infinite sword seemed to be able to penetrate everything. Kill. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.